Have you ever wondered why, in a world buzzing with constant noise and endless striving, true peace feels so elusive, yet Buddhist monks have mastered it for centuries, drifting into profound rest without pills, gadgets, or distractions? Imagine unlocking that secret tonight, not through grueling effort, but by gently stepping through a hidden door within yourself. A portal to stillness that's always been there waiting. No years of ascetic discipline required. Just the soft whisper of ancient Zen parables, each one a luminous key to quiet the mind's relentless chatter and invite effortless sleep. In the next hour, I'll guide you through 10 timeless tales from Zen wisdom. The empty boat that dissolves anger. The tiger's cliff that reveals joy in the now, the mustard seed that heals grief, and more. These aren't mere stories. They're living invitations to release stress, untangle anxiety, and float into repose like a leaf on a serene stream. Unlike standard sleep aids that force silence, these parables work even if your thoughts race. Even if meditation has failed you before. As the Buddha said, peace comes from within. Feel it awaken as we begin. Get comfortable, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the journey unfold. Tonight, you are going to discover an age-old secret. A secret Buddhist monks have handed on through centuries of practice. A secret that calmed troubled minds and guided countless seekers into the most profound states of peace and rest. It is not a trick nor a technique that will take years of discipline. Rather, it is a soft entrance into a state of being, a door into stillness which has always been present within you. I will be taking you on 10 incredible Zen parables, each one having its own secret treasure. A secret to silence the agitated mind chatter and open the doors to deep relaxation and spontaneous sleep. These are not just bedtime stories. They are living truths that have encouraged millions of individuals to release stress, loosen their hold on anxiety, and find a type of repose that is like resting on a peaceful brook, safe and unencumbered. What makes this different from the sleep meditations you might have used in the past is easy. It works even if your mind won't shut up. It works even if you've never meditated before. It works even if you've tried for decades, looking for peace, but found yourself knotted over and over again in frustrated thoughts. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." And tonight, within the course of a few hours, you will not just hear these words, you will feel them living inside of you. You'll learn how to incorporate them into your own life in the most simple and natural manner. As we walk through stories of hollow boats, wise monks, and sudden moments of realization, you might begin to feel something soft unfolding inside of you. Without trying, without forcing it, your body will start to let go of tension. The tangles in your head will start to untangle. Ideas that had come storming like a tempest will ease into a soft breeze. And before you know it, you'll be sleeping in a state of peace so easy, so effortless, that sleep will arrive like a close old friend, showing up just when you need it. So, as we get started, take a moment now to get really comfortable. Fix your pillow, relax your blanket around you, and let the bed support the full weight of your body. You don't have to hold yourself anymore. You are held. You are safe. Now, slowly close your eyes. Breathe in one long, slow breath, and then breathe all the way out, releasing. Notice how your body relaxes, as if the earth itself is embracing you. And in that very breath, you have already crossed the threshold. You're starting a path that has been in wait for you since the dawn of time. Let's start. Our first tale is along a still river, where the water runs like glass, liquid, and the air is caressed by the gentle smell of dusk. Here, on these calm waters, there is a teaching concerning the character of our own responses to be found. This is the story of the empty boat, Zen. There was a man who derived great pleasure from rowing his little boat down the river. Every night, as the sun dipped towards the west and the world was bathed in gold, he would put his boat into the current. He enjoyed the isolation, the sensation of water bearing him along, the sensation of nature's silence washing away his heart. One evening, paddling slowly, lost in the tranquil elegance of the moment, he saw another boat headed his way. Initially, it was in the distance, but presently he knew it was headed straight for his own. Quietly, he shouted out, "Beware. Please alter your course." But the boat did not alter its course. A little uneasy now, he raised his voice. "Move aside. You're coming too close." Yet still the boat floated straight at him, unresponsive. His peaceful state was broken. His joy turned to frustration. The river that had felt so calm moments ago now carried him toward a collision. His body grew tense, his voice sharp, his mind filled with anger at the unseen, careless person who seemed to be ignoring him. The boats hit with a muffled thud, the noise carrying over the quiet water. He stood, poised to unleash his rage. But when he opened the boat, he was stopped in his tracks. It was empty. There was nobody there. The boat had merely floated on the current, swept along by the river's flow. His anger dissipated in a moment. He sat there, looking at the empty container, and then at himself. What actually had changed? The boats had still crashed into each other. The circumstances were the same. His whole experience was different, though, because he saw that there was no intent behind it. No one was wronging him. His pain had not come from the crash, but from his assumption that someone had been careless, disrespectful, or hostile towards him. The river was just the river. The boat was just a boat. His mind had done the rest. The Buddha once remarked, "You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger." This is the truth, plain and great, that glows with radiant light in the tail of the empty boat. The punishment is not one imposed by another. It is not something that happens to us from outside. It is the fire we kindle in ourselves. Enragement consumes the bearer before it ever touches the world. What we tend to find is that our annoyance, our bitterness, our cutting responses don't actually come from events themselves, but from the narratives we construct around them. Our mind is quick to tell stories, to dole out meanings in the emptiness. The boat comes towards us, and rather than perceiving wood and water, we perceive insult, disrespect, hostility. The storm is not outside, but inside. Why does the mind grasp in such a way? In Zen, the response is found in the structure of the ego. The ego is the aspect of us that craves separateness. It mutters that I need to be kept safe. I need to be recognized. I need to be confirmed. When someone cuts us off while driving on the road, the ego protests. How dare they treat me in such a manner? When the coworker passes by without a hello, the ego thinks they must not respect me. When the friend isn't answering the message, the ego feels rejected, hurt, diminished. And how often are these empty boats? The driver could be racing to a hospital with a quivering heart. The coworker might be bearing the unspoken burden of family sorrow. The friend could be lost in the thick fog of depression. hardly able to respond to anyone, and still, innocently, we assign malice or thoughtlessness, causing hurt where there was no intention. Zen practice instructs us to see this pattern in mindfulness. Rather than identifying with all that comes up in thought, we learn to watch them pass by like clouds across a broad sky. We are able to observe the initial warning signs of anger, the constricting chest, the flush rising up into the face, the accelerated breathing, the contracted vision. In Zen, they are not enemies to be battled, but mindfulness bells ringing us to come and look deeply. The 13th century Zen master Dogen taught, to study the Buddha's way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self, is to forget the self, is to become awakened by all things. When we release the ego's compulsive need to assert and defend, we move into a boundless space. The boats are no longer attacks on the self. They are merely boats floating on the great river of life. Things occur, but they are no longer acerbated by our projections. They simply are. The Buddha also said, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Each time that we respond in rage, we become the initial casualty. The warmth of it marks us before it ever touches another person. Yet, when we see clearly, when we realize the empty boats of our existence, we put the coal back down. We do not burn ourselves for fantasies. Tonight, as you sink further into this trip, recall a moment in your own day, a harsh word, a chilly stare, a delay, a moment when you felt dismissed or slighted. Hold it tenderly in mind. Ask yourself, was this really a conscious slight or an empty boat filled by my own narrative? Can I ease the hold of judgment? Just a bit. See how. When the story falls apart, the weight in the heart starts to fall apart as well. In that release, a gentle freedom emerges. A freedom that doesn't rely on others behaving differently, but opens up because you have decided not to bear the burden of anger. As the Buddha once said, peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. The peace you yearn for has been present all along. It appears the instant we do not invest the empty boats of life with our ego's narratives, when we permit things to just be what they are, we find a peace that is so consistent, so inherent, it feels like resting in the current of the river itself. Now, let us leave the river behind and stroll quietly down a meandering mountain trail, where quiet attaches to the pines and the wind whispers softly through the rocks. Here, up in the quiet of the woods, a monk will encounter an unexpected test, one that holds a timeless lesson. This is the monk and the tiger. One time, there was a wise and kind monk who lived in a monastery very far within the mountains. Every day, he walked through the forest in silence. He listened to the leaves that rustled, the cry of birds far away, the beat of his own feet on the path. In each sound, in each wind, he sensed the living breath of the Buddha's word. These strolls were his meditation, his means of merging with the world just as it was. One day, while walking along a ledge path along a narrow cliff, the tranquility was disrupted by a sound that rattled the air, a throaty, thunderous roar that swept through the forest like a tempest. The monk stood still. His heart pounded furiously in his chest. He turned to see a huge tiger coming out of the tree's shadows. Its eyes gleamed, its body thrust forward with awful swiftness, muscles rippling like waves under its striped coat. Instinct now controlled. The monk fled. His robes billowed behind him like wings, his sandals pounding the earth. The tiger roared for the second time, and it was nearer now, the sound echoing off the mountain air. Then, as he made a turn around a bend, the monk noticed a heavy vine hanging from the cliffside. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and swung himself off the cliff, holding on for dear life as he lowered himself down. His breathing was rapid, his body shaking, but for an instant he experienced a glimmer of hope. All hope ended when he gazed downward. At the foot of the cliff, pacing and snarling, another tiger lay in wait. Its golden eyes glared upward, its sharp teeth flashing between its snarls. The monk was caught between the two deaths above and below. The vine was his sole support, and as he remained suspended there, fear constricting around his chest, something tiny and not expected was spotted by him. Yet developing out of a crack in the stone next to him was a delicate green plant, and on it, shining in the light, hung one plump red strawberry. The monk hesitated. The tiger's roar receded into the distance. Fear's grip relaxed. With a single free hand, he stretched out to take the strawberry. Bringing it to his lips, he savored its sweetness. It was new, vivid, perfect, sweeter than any food he had ever consumed. In that moment, the world was reduced to one truth. This strawberry, this flavor, this now, the tigers, the cliff, even the absolute knowledge of danger, all receded. For that brief catch of breath, there was no other existence but life as it was occurring. Plain, lovely, whole. The monk smiled. Although he couldn't alter his situation, he discovered a greater freedom than security, the freedom to be completely alive in the present moment. The Buddha once taught, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." And so, the monk learned that even immersed in fear, even at the brink of death, peace was not lost. It was concealed in the sweetness of a strawberry, just waiting to be tasted. This tale teaches us a deep truth about being human. Life is never sure. Tigers of terror and tigers of loss can loom before us and behind us, but in every instant there is the presence of a strawberry, something tiny, vivid, and awake that can remind us of the wholeness of now. If we decide to savor it, we find that the present moment, no matter how ephemeral, is the only sure refuge. We spend most of our lives hanging between two tigers, the wounds and regrets of our past, and the anxieties and fears of our future. Like the monk suspended from the vine, we are stuck in between, unable to climb back, unable to jump forward, and yet still here, still breathing in the present moment. Why does it seem so hard to stay here, where life really happens? Zen Buddhism reminds us that our minds developed as survival tools. They scan for threats, rehash past errors to avoid new ones, and habitually project into the future, getting ready for dangers that might never emerge. What protected us in the past in the wilderness becomes, amidst the quiet of our contemporary lives, the source of great suffering. The restless watchfulness of the mind draws us away from the only place peace can be discovered, the now. Gaze into your own heart and experience how much of your suffering comes not from this very moment, but from the remembrance of yesterday and anticipation of tomorrow. The cruel words you regret speaking, the chance that passed, the broken relationship that left you heartbroken. These are the tigers above. They tower above you, reminding you of what has already been done. And then the tigers below. the anxieties that gnaw at the fringes of your peace, the meeting next week, the medical test results, the changing sands of money and security, the many what-ifs that never come, but take up space in your mind anyway. These tigers stalk beneath you, perpetually hungry, perpetually waiting. Torn between them, we forget the strawberry. Zen Master Thish Nenj has said, "The present moment is filled with joy and happiness. If you are attentive, you will see it. The strawberry is that joy, the immediate, simple sweetness always at hand, even amidst adversity. It does not remove the tigers from the picture, but it presents us with an alternative way of being in relation to them. The strawberry could be the warmth of sun on your skin, the sound of a child's laughter, the flavor of a humble meal, the rhythm of rain on the pane, the softness of your own bed. Or it could be something so mundane we take it for granted. The miracle of one breath coming in and out of the body effortlessly. These are the strawberries dispersed along our way, waiting to be seen, waiting to be enjoyed." The Japanese term ichigo ichi captures this truth so eloquently. It is one time, one meeting. Every moment is original, irreducible, a treasure that will never come again in quite the same form. When we see the value of this, we automatically want to be present completely, no matter our circumstances. The Buddha once spoke these words, "The secret of health for both mind and body is not to mourn for the past, not to worry about the future, not to anticipate troubles, but to live wisely and earnestly in the present moment." This is wisdom from the strawberry. So tonight, as you recline, observe where your attention drifts. Does it stray back to yesterday's conversation? Does it leap ahead to tomorrow's tasks? Whenever you catch yourself, gently bring your attention back to what is present here and now, the feel of the blanket upon your body, the cadence of your breathing, the gentle hug of this moment. This is your strawberry. Small, uncomplicated, whole, savor it to its entirety. Rest in it profoundly. The Buddha also taught, there is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. When you carry your whole self to sweetness present here and now, you are already on that path. Happiness is the path. When we get good at enjoying the strawberries of our journey, we come to an understanding that is deep. Peace does not wait for the tigers to go away. It does not wait for danger to pass or for life to be easy. It is here, now, in the face of our struggles. Our next tale, as explained by the Buddha himself, teaches us another fundamental truth regarding the cause of suffering. In a straightforward yet potent parable, the Buddha illustrated for his followers and for us the path to liberation from unwanted suffering. This is the legend of the two arrows. In ancient times, the Buddha sat still with his followers in a forest glade. The leaves on the trees rustled softly in the wind, their green silk-like leaves glistening in the sun. Softly singing birds perched overhead, and the atmosphere was heavy with the scent of wild flowers. It was in these times, when nature itself reflected tranquility, that the Buddha would most often discuss the human heart and its dilemmas. On this day, one of the disciples came forward, laden with grief. He knelt deeply before the Buddha and said, "Master, I do not understand. Everywhere I go, there is suffering. Men and women suffer illness, loss, disappointment. Even during moments of happiness, a specter of fear seems to lurk nearby, waiting Why is suffering such a ubiquitous companion in life? And how can we possibly find peace amidst so much of it? The Buddha looked at the disciple with compassionate eyes. He sensed the gravity of his follower's question, and he knew it wasn't the disciple himself who asked this, but all of humankind. With a soothing voice, he started. Suppose a man is walking in the woods, and suddenly he gets hit by an arrow. The pain is sharp. It enters into the body. It hurts. It cannot be prevented. This is the first arrow. The disciples moved in closer. Their ears opened. They knew the first arrow represented the inescapable aches of life. The illnesses, the aging, the loss, the times when life itself wounds us with its sharpness. The Buddha went on, but now, suppose this very same individual, hit by the first arrow, is pierced once again by a second arrow. This second arrow is not from the external world. It is manufactured by the mind. It is the rage, the anger, the resentment, the fear, the grief that we pile on top of the pain. This is the second arrow. The Buddha paused, allowing the image to sink into their hearts. The forest grew still around them, as if the trees themselves were listening. You see, he whispered, while the first arrow is unavoidable, the second arrow is a choice. The first arrow is the natural hurt of being human. The second arrow is the pain we add by resisting, by holding on, by creating stories about what has already occurred. It is our response that makes the wound deeper. The disciples sat in silence. Considering, they started to notice how, in their own lives, the second arrow landed again and again. A hurt in the body grew larger from frustration and complaint. A loss was weighed down by constant replaying in the mind. A hurtful word became not only the hurt of the instant, but a lasting wound, kept open by anger and resentment. The Buddha's teaching was simple, yet radical. The first arrow we cannot escape, but the second arrow, this we need not accept. This is where freedom lies. When we are hit by the first arrow, as the Buddha taught, we need to see it for what it truly is, a natural part of life. No human escapes pain. No life is unspooled without loss, illness, disappointment, or sorrow. These are the first arrows inescapable, woven into the very fabric of life. But the Buddha also reminded his followers of the second arrow, the one we ourselves create. This second arrow is not made of wood and rock, but of feeling and thought. It wounds not the body, but the heart and mind. By means of mindfulness and insight, he taught, we can be taught not to allow the second arrow to hit us. The disciple, starting to get it, leaned forward in sincerity and asked, Master, how can we not shoot the second arrow? How can we prevent ourselves from adding to our pain? The Buddha smiled kindly, as though he had heard this question 1,000 times, and yet still felt sympathetic towards it every time. By being mindful, he said, when you feel pain, acknowledge it. Do not push it away. Do not hold on to it. Do not make it a story. Just look at it the way it is. An arrow, a feeling, an event moving through. When you introduce awareness without judgment, the pain is left only what it is. It never grows into suffering. Then the Buddha said something that has rung through centuries. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. The disciples remained in silence, their hearts moved by the simplicity of this truth. We do not escape all hurt in life. Illness, aging, loss, and disappointment shoot their arrows at us. But the second arrow, The arrow of resistance, resentment, and fear. This one we don't have to bear. This is where our power is. Why do we then repeatedly injure ourselves with these second arrows? Zen Buddhism identifies 3 tendencies of the conditioned mind. The first tendency is aversion. When something unpleasurable occurs, physical pain, emotional pain, the mind withdraws. It exclaims, "I don't like this. This shouldn't be." That resistance builds a tightness, a pushing away from the way it is, which compounds the initial pain. The second tendency is identification. We fold into the experience and say, "I am hurting, I am suffering." Pain is no longer something merely passing through us, but a description of who we are. The headache, the grief, the disappointment, suddenly it is me. But if we can adjust the lens ever so slightly, there is pain being felt. We open up space, we stay larger than the pain. We recall it is merely one wave in the entire ocean of our existence. The third practice is proliferation. The mind's propensity for spinning tales on top of tales, increasing our number of arrows. An ordinary headache is soon, "What if it's serious? What if I won't be able to work tomorrow? Why does this always happen to me? What if it never leaves?" Each thought an additional arrow, each tale an additional wound. This way, we wound ourselves again and again with arrows that were never there in the first place. These tendencies work silently, usually unbeknownst to us. That is why mindfulness was the solution stressed by the Buddha. With mindfulness, we catch the aversion at the moment it starts. We sense the draw of identification before it gets the better of us. We observe the tales already multiplying, and we release them gently. Through this practice, the second arrow drops from our hand. With mindfulness practice, we come to cultivate a different type of vision, an inner awareness that enables us to observe the patterns of the mind as they arise. Gently, we find we can differentiate between the inevitable initial arrow of suffering and the secondary arrows that our thoughts and emotions produce. The Buddha taught, "What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create." This lesson is a reminder of the amazing creative potential of the mind. Our thoughts are not mere passing clouds in the heavens. They sculpt the very topography of our inner landscape. Every time we react to pain with aversion, with identification, with proliferation, we spin threads of unnecessary suffering. Every time we greet pain with mindful awareness, with patience, with acceptance, we sow the seeds of healing, resilience, and even wisdom. Consider, for a moment, a personal disappointment, perhaps a rejection, a failure, or a painful loss. The first arrow is the event itself. The letter of refusal, the closed door, the ending you did not choose. Along with it comes the natural wave of grief, sadness, or frustration. That is unavoidable. That is simply being human. Titrande, 2 second arrows begin to fly. Thoughts whisper, "This always happens to me," spreading the pain across the whole of your life. "I'll never succeed," echoing with despair. "I should have done better," piercing with self-criticism. "This isn't fair," tightening with resistance to reality. Each of these thoughts compounds the wound, adding layer upon layer of suffering beyond the original hurt. Zen teacher Charlotte Joko Beck once said, "Pain is not something to be avoided. It is something to be experienced without resistance." This is the very heart of working skillfully, with the first arrow. We don't deny pain. We don't pretend it doesn't sting. Instead, we lean in gently, with curious and compassionate attention, allowing the pain to be what it is, without the added weight of judgment, resistance, or storytelling. The Buddha also said, "If you are facing in the right direction, all you need to do is keep walking." The right direction is not away from our pain, but toward it, with awareness, with kindness, with patience. Each time we turn toward difficulty instead of away, we grow in our capacity to meet life as it is. We learn to sit with discomfort, to breathe with sorrow, to cradle our wounds without piercing ourselves with more arrows. So tonight, as you rest, you might notice sensations in your body or emotions stirring in your heart. Can you pause and ask, is this the first arrow or the second? Can you allow the inevitable pains of life, physical tension, emotional tenderness, or restless thoughts to be met with kind awareness rather than resistance? For as the Buddha said, the way is not in the sky. The way is in the heart. Freedom from suffering is not found by running from our humanity, but by embracing it with wisdom and compassion. And now, let us turn to another story. A story that speaks directly to the universal nature of loss and to the healing power of shared humanity. It is the story of Kisa Gotami and the mustard seed. Long ago, there lived a young woman named Kisa Gotami. She was known in her village as gentle, compassionate, and deeply devoted to her family. But her life was torn apart when her only child, her beloved son, fell gravely ill and died. Overwhelmed by grief, Kisa could not accept the truth of his passing. Clutching his small, lifeless body to her chest, she wandered the dusty streets, knocking on every door, pleading with trembling voice, "Please, help me. My son is dead. Is there anyone who can bring him back to life? Is there anyone who can cure him? Is there anyone who can save my son?" Her voice cracked as she went from door to door, clutching her child's still body. But everywhere she turned, the answer was the same. Some shook their heads in sorrow. Others gently closed their doors. Every rejection pressed upon her chest like a stone, and with each step her grief grew heavier, her heart aching with the weight of despair. At last, her wandering brought her to a wise elder who saw her suffering and took pity on her. The elder said softly, "Go to the Blessed One, the Buddha. If anyone can help you, it will be him." A flicker of hope lit up Kisa's eyes. She hurried to the monastery, her feet stumbling on the dusty path. When she arrived, she found the Buddha seated calmly beneath the shade of the great Bodhi tree, surrounded by his disciples. His presence was serene, his gaze steady yet filled with warmth. Falling to her knees, Kisa placed her son's stiff, lifeless body before him and cried out, "Master, please, please bring my child back to life. I cannot bear this pain. I cannot endure this loss." The Buddha looked upon her with great compassion. He saw not only her grief, but also the delusion that bound her to it. He knew that no words of comfort alone could free her. She needed to discover a truth for herself. After a pause, he spoke gently. "Kisa, I will help you. But first, you must bring me a mustard seed." Kisa's eyes widened with relief. "Yes, Master, I will bring you a mustard seed. I will do anything." The Buddha nodded softly, and then added, "The mustard seed must come from a household where no one has ever died." Kisa's hope flared. She bowed deeply and set off at once. At the first house, she knocked. A kind woman answered, breathless. Kisa explained, "Please, I need a mustard seed, but it must come from a home untouched by death." The woman lowered her eyes and said, "I am sorry. My husband passed away last year." Kisa, Sapa's heart sank, but she pressed on. At the second house, she pleaded again, but this time the answer came, "I am sorry, but my mother died long ago." House after house, she asked the same question, and house after house, she received the same sorrowful answer. Some had lost parents, others children, others brothers, sisters, friends. Each family carried its own story of loss. As the sun arced across the sky, Kisa's frantic search slowed. Her steps grew heavier, not just from grief, but from the dawning realization. Death was not her burden alone. It was not her private curse. It was the shared condition of all beings. By twilight, she returned to the Buddha, still empty-handed, but with a heart transformed. She laid her child's body at his feet and bowed low. "Master," she said softly, "I could not find a single house untouched by death. Every family I met had lost someone they loved. Now I see, death comes for all. It is part of life. No one escapes it." The Buddha looked upon her with infinite kindness and replied, "You have seen the truth, Kisa Gautami. Death is universal. All beings who are born will also pass away. Grief arises when we cling to what must change, but wisdom arises when we see the nature of things as they are." In that moment, Kisa's heart released its desperate clinging. Her tears still flowed, but now they carried the beginnings of acceptance. Her grief was no longer a solitary prison. It was the shared experience of humanity. The Buddha nodded gently and replied, "Kisa, you have discovered a truth that every being must one day face. Death is inevitable, and suffering visits all who cling tightly to what must pass. Yet, in accepting impermanence, peace becomes possible. Your grief is not yours alone. It belongs to all who live. This is the way of existence. The toll martyrs." Hearing these words, Kisa's heart softened. She saw clearly now that her pain, though sharp and unbearable, was not unique. Every mother, every father, every child, sooner or later, each one meets loss. For the first time since her son's death, she felt less alone. Her sorrow was still heavy, but it was no longer a private prison. It was a bridge to the rest of humanity. With this understanding, she gently laid her son's body to rest, not in denial, but with dignity. Her tears flowed freely, but within them was the seed of peace. She no longer fought the truth of change. She began slowly to bow to it. The Buddha once said, "Everything that has a beginning has an ending. Make your peace with that, and all will be well." This is the essence of Kisa Gautami's story, a teaching both painful and liberating. Nothing lasts forever. Our attempts to resist this truth bind us in suffering, while our acceptance of it opens the door to freedom. Why do we resist impermanence so fiercely? Zen teachings point to our craving for permanence as the very root of suffering. We want beauty to remain unchanging, joy to endure endlessly, and above all, we want those we love to stay by our side forever. Flowers bloom and wither, seasons arrive and fade. Relationships, no matter how precious, shift and transform. The tighter we cling, the more painful the letting go becomes. Like Kisa, we often meet loss first with denial. The mind says, "This cannot be." We bargain, we plead, we fight against reality, hoping to reverse the irreversible. This is a natural stage of grief. But when we become trapped there, we block the very healing that wants to unfold. The Buddha did not lecture Kisa on impermanence with abstract words. Instead, he offered her a journey of discovery. He gave her an experience, not just an idea. In seeking the mustard seed, she walked through the village and heard the grief of others. In their stories, she found her own reflected back. This is the genius of the Dharma. It does not merely tell us what is true. It allows us to live into the truth until it becomes undeniable. The Buddha taught that the root of suffering is attachment. Kisa's attachment to her son was not wrong. It was born of deep love. But when that love hardened into desperate clinging, she could not bear the reality of his passing. Her search for the impossible seed loosened that clinging, revealing that attachment to permanence is futile. Every household, no matter how wealthy or joyful, had been touched by death. This realization gave birth to a new kind of compassion. She saw that suffering was not a punishment directed at her. It was the shared condition of all beings. In Buddhism, this is called dukkha, the universal fellowship of suffering. Far from isolating us, grief connects us. It reminds us of our common humanity, the tender thread that runs through every life. When we truly understand impermanence, something shifts. Instead of grasping at what must change, we learn to treasure what is here now. Instead of isolation, we find kinship. And instead of despair, we may glimpse a deeper peace, the peace that comes from walking gently with the truth of life. The 14th century Zen master Bazui once wrote, "To see the truth, leave desire behind. If you do not give up desire, you will not see the truth." Kisa Gotami's desire to bring her son back clouded her vision, keeping her from recognizing the truth of impermanence. Only when she abandoned this impossible wish could she begin to make peace with reality. The Buddha, in his wisdom, did not soothe her with promises of reunion in another life. Instead, he gently guided her toward what is born must die, what comes together must one day part. This acceptance is not resignation, nor is it defeat. It is alignment with the way things are, the very ground where true healing can begin. The Buddha taught, "The trouble is, you think you have time." This reminder of life's brevity is not meant to frighten us, but to wake us up, to remind us that every moment and every relationship is precious, precisely because they will not last forever. When we understand this, we live with more tenderness, more gratitude, more presence. Bharad, think for a moment of your own life. Perhaps you have lost a loved one, a relationship, a career, or even simply a season of your life that will never return. Can you recognize the mustard seed lesson here? That your suffering may not come from the change itself, but from the resistance to the flow of impermanence. The Buddha once said, "When you realize how perfect everything is, you will tilt your head back and laugh at the sky." This perfection includes not only growth, but also decay, not only birth, but also death. This is the great rhythm of existence, the dance of arising and passing. Tonight, as you reflect on the losses you've faced, or the ones you fear still to come, remember Kisa Gotami's journey. Take comfort in knowing that impermanence is not a punishment. It is the universal thread that binds us all. To see this clearly, is not to erase our grief, but to place it gently in the wider current of human experience. The Buddha said, "In the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you." Now, let us turn to a story that carries us deeper into this wisdom, one that shows us how to hold life's constant changes with equanimity, neither clinging to joy nor resisting sorrow. This is the story of the farmer and the horse. Once upon a time, in a quiet village surrounded by rolling hills and open fields, there lived a humble farmer. He was known for his steady work and calm demeanor. His farm was small, and he owned only a single horse to plow his fields and carry his heavy loads. Though his possessions were few, the farmer lived contentedly, grateful for the simple rhythm of his life. One morning, the farmer awoke to discover that his horse had run away. The stable was empty. The fields, still unplowed, seemed to stretch endlessly before him. His neighbors soon gathered at his gate. "What terrible luck," they cried. "How will you manage without your horse? This must be such a misfortune." The farmer listened quietly, then said simply, "Maybe." His neighbors exchanged puzzled looks. How could he be so calm in the face of such obvious bad luck? But the farmer neither rejoiced nor despaired. He simply returned to his work. The neighbors, unable to make sense of the farmer's calm detachment, shook their heads. To them, life was simple. Good things should bring joy, and bad things should bring sorrow. But the farmer seemed to live by a rhythm they could not hear, a wisdom they could not grasp. The Buddha once taught, "Nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming." The farmer's steady response of maybe was not indifference, nor was it denial. It was a quiet acknowledgement of this truth. That event in life cannot be judged in isolation, for they are always unfolding, always connected to what comes before and after. Think about it. What seemed like misfortune, the horse's disappearance, became the cause of unexpected abundance. What seemed like fortune, the arrival of many horses, led to the son's painful injury. And what seemed like tragedy, the broken leg, turned out to be protection when war swept through the land. The farmer did not cling to the joy of gain, nor did he sink into despair at loss. He simply allowed each moment to be what it was, without grasping or resisting. His maybe was the voice of equanimity, a wisdom that does not rush to label events as good or bad, but waits to see the larger unfolding of things. Why do we rush to judge so quickly? Zen points to the mind's deep habit of categorizing, of endlessly sorting experience into desirable and undesirable, fortunate and unfortunate. This habit keeps us on an emotional roller coaster, soaring when life aligns with our desires, crashing when it doesn't. But the truth is that both joy and sorrow are waves in the same ocean of impermanence. To ride them with balance is to live freely. The Taoist sage once said, "Who can know what is truly good or bad?" This story whispers the same lesson, that life is too vast, too interconnected, to be grasped by quick judgments. What looks like a blessing today may bring hardship tomorrow. What looks like hardship may carry hidden gifts. The farmer shows us another way, to meet each moment with openness, to soften our clinging to certainty, and to trust the great unfolding of life without rushing to declare its meaning. We're elated when things seem to go our way and devastated when they don't. Our moods rise and fall with circumstance, as though we are leaves tossed about by the winds of fortune. Yet, as the farmer's story reveals, we rarely have the complete picture. What appears to be a disaster today may, in time, reveal itself as protection. What seems like a blessing may, in the unfolding of days, show itself to contain hidden challenges. The practice of non-judgment in Zen Buddhism is often misunderstood. It does not mean apathy, indifference, or emotional coldness. The farmer was not detached from his life. He still cared deeply for his son, his horse, and his livelihood. His heart was not numb. Rather, he embodied what the Buddha called upekkha, equanimity, a mind that remains balanced and steady amid the inevitable flux of gain and loss, praise and blame, joy and sorrow. This equanimity does not dull our humanity. It refines it. It allows us to love without clinging, to care without collapsing, to participate fully in life without being imprisoned by it. The Zen master Seng Dixon expressed this in the Luz Hen Sen Sen Mine. The Great Way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When we stop demanding that life arrange itself according to our limited expectations, we find a freedom far deeper than fleeting happiness. We discover that life, left to unfold, often carries a wisdom beyond our imagining. The Buddha warned, "Do not overrate what you have received, nor envy others. He who envies does not find peace of mind." How often do we compare our lives with others, judging ourselves fortunate or unfortunate in relation to what we see around us? The farmer's neighbors were caught in this cycle. They rushed to label, to measure, to decide, this is good luck, that is bad luck. Yet the farmer himself stood outside this game, trusting in the larger unfolding. His calm, maybe, was not passivity, but a refusal to be enslaved by premature judgments. In our modern lives, the invitation to practice this maybe mindset is everywhere. The promotion we didn't get that later opened the door to a more fulfilling path. The relationship that ended in heartbreak but created space for deeper growth. The illness that forced a slowing down, revealing new priorities. The financial setback that became a teacher of resilience. Looking back, we often see that what once felt like ruin carried within it seeds of transformation. The 13th century poet Rumi wrote, "What appears to be a curse may be a blessing, and what appears to be a blessing may be a curse." The farmer's life embodied this truth, not as a clever saying, but as lived wisdom. His maybe was the recognition that no single event is ever the final word. Life is always larger, always unfolding, always flowing beyond the moment we stand in. The Buddha taught, "In the sky there is no distinction of east and west." People create distinctions out of their own minds, and then believe them to be true. In the same way, the categories of good luck and bad luck are human inventions. Reality itself is neither fortunate nor unfortunate. It is simply the ceaseless play of causes and conditions, rising, shifting, dissolving. When we stop clinging to our judgments, we are free to meet this flow with open hands. So tonight, as you reflect on the events of your own life, the successes and failures, the gains and losses, can you hold them with the farmer's quiet maybe? Can you soften the labels of good and bad and rest instead in the mystery of what is still unfolding? For in the spaciousness of maybe, we find not despair, but peace. We find not indifference, but a trust deep enough to meet life just as it is. Notice how this perspective might ease anxiety about negative situations and temper attachment to positive ones. Can you sense the possibility of freedom in suspending judgment about how things should be? As the Buddha taught, with our thoughts, we make the world. The farmer's gentle maybe reminds us that we always have a choice in how we interpret our experiences, and this choice has profound implications for our peace of mind. Our next story reveals another facet of this wisdom: the power of non-reactivity and emotional mastery. It shows us how we can meet hostility, not with resistance, but with understanding. This is the story of the Buddha and the angry man. Once upon a time, while the Buddha was teaching a group of disciples in a peaceful forest grove, a man approached with fire in his eyes. Word of the Buddha's growing influence had reached him, and he felt threatened by the way people revered the teacher's wisdom. Jealousy and resentment filled his heart, and he resolved to challenge the Buddha, to belittle him before his followers. As the Buddha sat calmly under the cool shade of a Bodhi tree, the man stormed forward and unleashed a torrent of insults. "You are nothing but a fraud," he shouted. "Who do you think you are? You may pretend to be wise and enlightened, but you deceiving these people. You are danger to them, and I one allow it." His voice echoed through the grove. The disciples shifted uneasily, expecting the Buddha to respond. Yet the Buddha remained perfectly still, his face serene, his body relaxed. He did not flinch, nor did his gaze harden. He simply looked at the man with quiet compassion. The man, unsettled by this lack of reaction, grew more enraged. His words became harsher. "How dare you sit there in silence, as though you are above everyone else? Do you think you sit better than me? You are nothing, nothing but a charlatan." Still, the Buddha did not respond. His calm was like a mirror, in which the man's fury reflected back upon itself. Minutes passed. The man's voice, once sharp and thunderous, grew hoarse. His body, trembling with anger, began to weaken under the weight of his own fury. Exhaustion replaced rage, and he finally demanded an answer. "Why once you say anything? Why don't you defend yourself? Don't you care what I think of you?" Only then did the Buddha speak, his voice soft, yet carrying the clarity of a bell. "Tell me, my friend, if someone offers you a gift and you decline to accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man furrowed his brow. Confused by the unexpected question, he paused, then replied, "It would still belong to the one who offered it. If the gift is not taken, it remains theirs." The Buddha nodded gently. "Exactly. And in the same way, when you offer me your anger, and I do not accept it, then to whom does the anger belong?" The words struck like lightning, yet with the gentleness of rain. The man stood silent, stunned. He realized in that moment that all his rage had failed to touch the Buddha. The insults, though hurled with venom, had fallen harmlessly to the ground. The Buddha had not picked them up. The anger remained with the man, poisoning no one but himself. The disciples looked on in awe, witnessing not only the Buddha's composure, but also the teaching that had unfolded naturally from his silence and compassion. The angry man, humbled and shaken, bowed his head. For the first time, he saw the futility of carrying such rage, and he felt the possibility of a new way of being, free from the chains of anger. Instead, it remained his own burden to carry. The Buddha continued with a voice as calm as flowing water. If I refuse to accept your insults and your anger, they do not touch me. They fall back upon you. You are the one who suffers from them, not I. I choose not to be troubled by your words. I choose peace. The man stood silent, his breath uneven, his mind caught between shame and awakening. He realized that his anger had consumed him like a fire left unattended, burning only himself. It had no power over the Buddha, who sat as unshaken as a mountain in the wind. In that stillness, the man saw something clearly for the first time. Holding on to his rage brought him no justice, no relief, only deeper wounds. Ashamed, yet softened, he bowed his head. "Master," he whispered, "I see now that my anger has only caused me pain. How can I learn to be at peace as you are?" The Buddha smiled warmly, his compassion like sunlight breaking through clouds. "Anger is like a hot coal," he said, "that you pick up intending to throw at another, but before it ever leaves your hand, it burns you. Let go of the coal. Let go of your anger. Practice mindfulness, compassion, and understanding. Through these, peace will come naturally." The man, humbled by this teaching, bowed deeply. His heart, once filled with fire, now carried a spark of hope. From that day forward, he resolved to follow the Buddha's path, not by suppressing his anger, but by learning to see through it, to release it, and to discover the peace that arises from freedom. The Buddha taught, "You are not punished for your anger. You are punished by your anger." This profound insight illuminates why reactive emotions cause us so much suffering. When we harbor anger, resentment, or hatred, we do not injure others nearly as much as we injure ourselves. Every moment spent in anger is a moment stolen from peace. Every thought of revenge is energy diverted from healing. Why then do we cling so tightly to our anger? Zen Buddhism identifies several powerful forces that make anger difficult to release. First is our sense of righteousness. We believe our anger is justified, that it validates our pain and defends our dignity. We confuse letting go of anger with condoning injustice, but the Buddha's teaching challenges this illusion. We can establish healthy boundaries, speak truth, and seek justice without poisoning ourselves with reactive emotions. Letting go of anger does not mean passivity. It means acting from clarity rather than from fire. Second is identification. We merge with our emotions, saying, "I am angry," instead of "I am experiencing anger." The difference may seem small, but it is immense. Identification makes anger inseparable from who we think we are. So when someone suggests we release our anger, it feels like being asked to erase part of ourselves. Zen practice helps us create space between awareness and emotion, allowing us to observe feelings without being consumed by them. Third is cultural conditioning. Many of us have been taught that anger equals strength, that it motivates action, demands respect, and asserts power. We fear that without anger we will become weak, passive, or vulnerable. But the Buddha's response to the angry man reveals a deeper kind of power, not the unstable force of rage, but the stable strength of equanimity, upekkha, the unshakable calm of one who refuses to be ruled by external storms. The Buddha taught, "Hatred never ceases by hatred, but by love alone is healed." These words are not merely moral advice, but a description of natural law. Fire cannot put out fire, only water can. Likewise, anger cannot extinguish anger, Only compassion, understanding, and patience have the power to transform it. This is an ancient and eternal law. The Buddha's teaching invites us to examine our assumption that anger is an effective or necessary response to mistreatment. Does meeting hostility with hostility ever resolve the root of conflict, or does it simply fuel an endless cycle where wounds feed wounds and no true healing is found? The metaphor of the gift offers profound clarity. It reminds us that emotions like anger, criticism, and judgment only have power if we agree to receive them. When someone directs negativity toward us, we stand at a crossroads. We can accept it, absorb it, and allow it to disturb our peace. Or we can decline the offering, leaving it with the giver, while we remain steady within ourselves. This does not mean becoming emotionally detached or turning a blind eye to injustice. The Buddha did not ignore the angry man. He did not walk away or suppress the moment. He stayed present, fully engaged, but his response was rooted in compassion rather than reactivity, in wisdom rather than ego defense. This is the essence of non-reactivity in Zen practice. It is not withdrawal from life, but a deeper, clearer way of engaging with it. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh taught a practice called embracing anger with mindfulness. He described it as holding anger in the same way one would cradle a crying baby, with tenderness, patience, and care. Rather than suppressing anger or letting it erupt recklessly, we recognize it, breathe with it, and understand its causes. Anger, like all emotions, is impermanent. It arises due to conditions, and with awareness, it also passes. The Buddha once said, "If you truly loved yourself, you would never harm another." These words reveal the inseparable bond between self-care and compassion for others. When we react with anger, the first person we wound is ourselves. Our heart contracts, our mind burns, and our body tightens. Choosing peace over reactivity is therefore not a sacrifice, but a profound act of love toward ourselves. And from that ground of self-care, we naturally extend care outward. Tonight, as you reflect on the interactions that have stirred resentment or frustration in you, consider experimenting with the Buddha's gift metaphor. When anger rises, pause and ask yourself, am I willing to accept this gift of negativity? Or can I choose to let it remain with the giver? In that moment of refusal, notice the subtle freedom that emerges, the space between stimulus and response, where true wisdom lives. Remember always the Buddha's imagery. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intention of hurling it at another. Long before it leaves your hand, it scorches your own skin. But the instant you release the coal, you are free. Free not only from pain, but also free to respond in a way that invites healing and understanding. And so, with this foundation of non-reactivity and compassion, let us turn to another teaching, a lesson on impermanence and non-attachment, carried through the simple image of a clay teacup. In a quiet Zen monastery, nestled deep within the mountains, there lived a revered monk, known for his serenity and his profound insight. His students admired not only his wisdom, but also the way he embodied peace in every small act, walking, sitting, smiling, and even pouring tea. Chaos and uncertainty never seemed to disturb him, for he carried the stillness of the mountain within his own heart. Every day, as was the monastery's tradition, the monk would sit in meditation, then join his disciples for tea. These tea ceremonies were not ordinary rituals. They were teachings in silence, opportunities to taste the present moment in its fullness. One afternoon, During such a gathering, the monk lifted a simple clay teacup into his hands. He gazed at it quietly, his eyes soft, as though seeing both the beauty and fragility it contained. The cup was modest in design, with its earthy tones and rounded form, yet in the monk's hands it seemed to hold a deeper significance. The students waited, their attention sharpened by his silence. They knew that even a pause could be a teaching. After a long stillness, the monk smiled and finally spoke. "This teacup," he said gently, "is already broken." The students looked at one another in confusion. To their eyes, the teacup was whole, unblemished, perfectly intact, resting on the monk's palm as though it might last forever. One of the younger disciples, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned forward and spoke with a respectful urgency. "Master," he said, "the teacup is not broken. It is here before us, strong and complete. Why do you say it is already broken?" The monk's eyes softened with compassion. With deliberate care, he placed the cup gently on the table before him, as though setting down something sacred. His smile lingered, calm yet penetrating. In my mind, the monk said softly, "This teacup is already broken. It may appear whole today, and perhaps it will serve me for many more years. But sooner or later, it will fall, crack, or shatter. This is certain. Knowing this, I can truly see it as it is. I can enjoy drinking tea from it without fear, without clinging, because I have already accepted its impermanence. It is precisely because it is fragile that I can cherish it fully." The room grew still. The students absorbed the weight of his words, realizing that their master was not speaking only of clay and pottery. His teaching was much larger, reaching into the fabric of existence itself. The monk continued, his voice like a stream flowing steadily down a mountainside. "Everything in this life is like this teacup. Every possession, every experience, every relationship, even this body we call our own. No matter how beautiful, precious, or beloved, all things are impermanent. We cannot hold them forever. But when we see their impermanence clearly, we are free. We no longer cling in fear of loss. We appreciate fully here and now, knowing that this moment will never return in exactly the same way. And when the moment passes, we do not despair, for we have already accepted its passing." An older student, who had been silent until now, bowed his head slightly and spoke with reverence. "Master," he asked, "if everything is destined to pass away, does this mean we should not love, not care, not hold anything close to our hearts, since one day it will all be gone?" The monk shook his head gently, his smile widening with warmth. "No," he said, "it means quite the opposite. When we accept that everything changes, we love more deeply, not less. We do not love out of fear of losing. We love out of gratitude for what is here now. We care more tenderly, for we know the gift is temporary. Each person, each breath, each sunrise becomes infinitely more precious because it is fleeting. This is the true freedom of impermanence. We no longer try to grasp or freeze life. We allow it to flow, and in that flow our hearts become vast and unburdened." He paused, then recited softly from the Buddha-sep's words, "All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with insight, one becomes disenchanted with suffering." The students sat in silence, letting the teaching wash over them. They realized that the monk had not only given them a lesson about a teacup, he had handed them a key to liberation. To see the world as already broken was not a cause for despair, but an invitation to cherish every fragile, fleeting moment with wonder, gratitude, and peace. This, the monk suggested, is the heart of Zen practice, to embrace impermanence, not as a distant philosophy, but as a lived reality, woven into every sip of tea, every step on the earth, every breath we take. Why do we resist impermanence so fiercely? Why does even the thought of change stir such unease within us? Zen Buddhism points to a fundamental misunderstanding at the root of this struggle. We mistake the shifting for the solid, the fleeting for the permanent, the interconnected for the separate. We imagine things to be fixed and lasting, when in reality they are fluid, fragile, and always in motion. This illusion gives rise to attachment, what Buddhists call clinging, a restless attempt to hold on to what by its very nature cannot be held. Consider how this attachment unfolds in the texture of daily life. We cling to possessions, polishing and protecting them, anxious at the thought of their loss or damage. We cling to relationships, trying to freeze them at their sweetest moments, resisting the natural ebb and flow of intimacy and distance. We cling to youth, to health, to physical strength, recoiling from the gradual yet unstoppable process of aging. We cling even to our beliefs and identities, defending them as if they were unshakable monuments, rather than shifting patterns of thought. Every act of clinging is a grasp at clouds. Our hands close tightly, but the object slips away regardless. The monk's declaration that the teacup is already broken offers a radically different way of relating to impermanence. Instead of recoiling from change, he embraces it ahead of time. By acknowledging the cup's inevitable end, he liberates himself from the anxiety of trying to prevent the unpreventable. This is not despair or pessimism. It is clear-eyed realism, a wisdom that paradoxically deepens his appreciation for the present moment. Knowing the cup is already broken, he can cradle it more tenderly, savor tea more fully, and live with gratitude for its temporary presence. The Buddha said, "The world is afflicted by death and decay, but the wise do not grieve, having realized the nature of the world." This teaching does not call us to coldness or indifference. It does not ask us to stop caring. Instead, it asks us to care differently, to love with open hands rather than clenched fists, to cherish without demanding permanence. The monk does not love his teacup less because he knows it will one day shatter. He loves it more precisely because its life is fragile and fleeting. Zen Master Shunryu Suzuki captured this paradox with elegance. When we understand the truth of impermanence and find our composure in it, we find ourselves in nirvana. This composure is not resignation to loss. It is not passivity or defeat. It is the serenity of aligning ourselves with the true nature of reality. It is a composure that allows for deeper engagement, because we are no longer wasting energy, resisting what cannot be resisted. We are free to live fully, without illusion, without fear. How might we cultivate this already broken perspective in our own lives? The practice begins with awareness. We gently notice the things we cling to most tightly, the relationships we dread losing, the possessions we fear damaging, the phases of life we try desperately to preserve. Instead of suppressing the fear that arises, we bring kind attention to it. We remind ourselves softly, this too will pass, not as a grim resignation, but as an invitation to cherish what is here now. When we see impermanence clearly, our love becomes purer, less burdened by the desperate demand that things remain unchanged. The Buddha reminded us, Neither fire nor wind, birth nor death can erase our good deeds. What truly endures are not the objects we clutch, or the moments we try to hold still, but the kindness we extend, the compassion we embody, the wisdom we cultivate. These ripple outward, beyond time and decay. Thus, to see the teacup as already broken is not to lose hope, but to find freedom. The freedom to drink deeply from life, to care without clinging, and to live with a heart unburdened by the impossible demand for permanence. This points to another dimension of the already broken wisdom. While all material things, including our bodies, are impermanent, the quality of our presence and the impact of our actions extend beyond physical forms. What we build in the world with compassion, mindfulness, and kindness endures in ways no object or possession ever can. A clay teacup will one day shatter, but the warmth shared over tea, the gentle words spoken in love, the wisdom practiced in that moment, these ripple outward, touching lives long after the cup itself has dissolved into dust. When we turn our minds away from grasping to what is bound to shatter, we find a new sort of security, not the tenuous security of things or position, but the reliable haven of virtues that outlast impermanence. Wisdom, compassion, awareness, these are not encumbered by time like things. They flow through us, into others, and into the world, creating a continuity of goodness that survives the body. Tonight, as you lie down to sleep, think of the teacups in your own existence. What are the things, the people, the periods in life that you hold so tightly, fearing their eventual shattering? Can you try the monk's attitude, gently acknowledging their fragility, not as a threat, but as the reality that makes them more valuable? To see something as breakable is to hold it more gently, not less. The Buddha taught, "The trouble is, you think you have time." We go through our days thinking tomorrow will spread out before us like a vast expanse, that the ones we love will always be around, that the terms of our existence will be constant, but impermanence is always present, revealing itself in each moment. Acknowledging this fact does not make life less lovely, it makes it more so. It reminds us to the urgency of love, to the sweetness of the moment, to the miracle of what is present here now before it necessarily changes. With this awareness, let us approach a tale that lights up the nature of genuine generosity and compassion, a giving that has nothing to do with material wealth. This is the tale of the Buddha and the robe. In the days of ancient India, when the Buddha walked from village to village preaching his message, his presence agitated the hearts of many. From all strata of society, farmers, nobles, monks, merchants, and wanderers, people were touched by his words. There were some who abandoned homes, relatives, and riches to become part of his order of monks, seeking the peace that emanated from his wisdom. One day, during the time the Buddha was residing in a secluded village of rice fields and simple houses, a rich merchant learned of his presence. The merchant had an interest, for he had heard people talking about the Buddha in awe. When he finally arrived to hear him, the Buddha's teachings pierced him to the heart, stirring a reverence in him that he had never felt. Grateful, he determined that he must present something worthy to pay respect to the teacher. He came back to his abode and selected the most valuable item he had, a robe made of the finest silk. Its material glimmered subtly in the light, with complex patterns dyed in rich colors. It was a king's clothing, not a monk's, but the merchant's intention was pure. Wearing the robe with respect, he proceeded to the Buddha. He bowed low and put on the robe in front of him and said, "Lord Buddha, I would like to present to you this robe as a gesture of my respect and appreciation for your teachings." The Buddha gazed at the robe for a moment, then shifted his eyes to the merchant. His face was kind, his smile warm, his eyes both grateful and compassionate. He sensed the genuineness in the offering of the merchant, but he also knew that the robe did not fit into the simple life he lived and instructed. "Thank you for your generosity," the Buddha replied with kindness. "You have a generous heart, and I can sense your wish to give. I must decline this robe. However, it is much too opulent for a humble monk such as I. I am happy with the robe that I wear." The merchant was taken aback. No one had ever turned down a gift of so great a value before. With sincerity in his tone, he protested, "But Lord Buddha, I present this robe not for extravagance, but for respect. Surely you should have the finest I can offer." Even smiling still, the Buddha answered, "If you really want to show respect to me, there is another means you may put this gift. Take this robe," the Buddha whispered, "and give it to someone who is really in need. Someone who does not even have the minimum clothing to cover themselves. That will bring much more merit and real joy than giving it to one who already has plenty." The eyes of the merchant grew wide. For an instant, he was struck with quiet shame at his own ignorance. He had been so desperate to offer to the great teacher that he had forgotten those around him who could barely make it through the day. Gradually, he bowed his head in respect. The Buddha's words were not a dismissal. Those were a refocusing, a kind challenge to notice the world in a different way. The merchant nodded, his heart warming to this greater truth. "Thank you, Lord Buddha," he said with conviction. "I will obey you." Grasping the robe in his hand, he returned to the village. In the evening, when he walked through the village streets, which were too narrow, he saw a poor fellow shivering in the cold darkness, his thin body covered with frayed rags only. The lips of the man quivered, and his shoulders vibrated with the cold of the night breeze. The merchant went near him softly, draped the robe on his shoulders, and spoke, "Here, my friend, let this warm you." The poor man's eyes welled up with tears. He wrapped the robe around his chest like the greatest treasure he had ever possessed. His thanks came not in words of grandeur, but in the plain, beautiful smile that spread over his tired face. At that moment, the merchant experienced a reaction he could not quite explain, a strange but deepening warmth. He knew that this single act of benevolence had affected his heart more profoundly than all his riches ever had. The following day, he went back to the Buddha and modestly reported what he had done. The Buddha listened with calm attention, then nodded in approval. "You acted well, my friend. Real generosity is not giving to those who will appreciate it, or to giving where it will be appreciated. Real generosity is in assisting those who really need help. In giving your riches to the poor, you have introduced genuine happiness into the world. This is compassion at work." The merchant bowed low. He felt less heavy, less burdened, as if some secret weight had been removed from his heart. He realized now that the Buddha's teaching went far beyond the mere exchange of presents. It was not, it turned out, about the robe at all. It was about opening the heart. The Buddha then went on to say, "Generosity brings happiness at every stage of its expression. We experience joy when the intention arises in the heart. We experience joy in the act itself, and we experience joy again when we remember the giving. In this way, generosity transforms not only the receiver, but also the giver. These words hit the merchant with clarity. He understood that genuine generosity is not about the exchange of material things. It's about the changing of our hearts. The robe was not just clothing to cover the body from cold. It had become a vessel for compassion, a bridge between suffering and solace, between giver and recipient. Why did the Buddha decline the velvet robe? Zen and Buddhist scriptures refer to a few levels of insight in this answer. For starters, the Buddha lived the doctrine of enough knowing. He knew that desires, if unrestrained, can never be fulfilled. To want more comfort, more luxury, more refinement is to be a captive of boundless desire. In being satisfied with the plain robe he already had, the Buddha gave evidence of deep freedom. The freedom not in having everything, but in needing little. Second, he let us know that real generosity is not about status, fame, or giving to those who are already rewarded. Rather, generosity must be based on wisdom, giving to where there is real suffering, where there is a need for relief. By asking the merchant to give the robe to one shivering in rags, the Buddha took generosity out of the world of appearance and into the world of compassion. Third, the Buddha observed the merchant's motivation clearly. He knew that under the merchant's gift lay a desire, not merely to respect the teacher, but to experience the bliss of giving, to be a part of something beyond himself. By deflecting the gift, the Buddha respectfully led the merchant beyond generosity's surface level to its own true nature, an open heart unfettered by attachment and pride. Thus, the humble robe was no longer just fabric. It was now a lesson. It was a reflection of impermanence, of compassion, and of wisdom. And to the merchant, it was the start of living differently. A life not founded upon the riches he had, but on the acts of charity he dispersed. The merchant had hoped to earn merit and show reverence, but the Buddha had something more in mind. Real reverence was not in inflicting luxury upon a life already sufficient, but in crossing over another's pain directly. By directing the robe to a needy poor man, the Buddha turned an ordinary gift into a work of freedom. Freedom for the poor man and for the heart of the merchant. This lesson feels even more urgent in our own times. In our consumer-driven culture, generosity is often confused with consumption. We equate love with the buying of gifts and measure the worth of our giving by the size of the price tag rather than the depth of its impact. We spend lavishly on those who already have more than enough, while those truly in need are overlooked. The Buddha's teaching cuts through this illusion, asking us to look more deeply. Where can my giving relieve suffering? Where can it actually bring light to darkness? The Buddha once said, "If you knew what I know about the power of giving, you would not let a single meal pass without sharing it in some way." In this simple teaching lies a profound invitation. True generosity is not a rare, grand gesture, but a daily practice. Each act of sharing, no matter how small, weakens the grip of self-centeredness and strengthens the bonds that connect us to all beings. It reminds us that our well-being is inseparable from the well-being of others. In Zen practice, this is called dana paramita, the perfection of generosity. It is not limited to material gifts. It includes the giving of time, the offering of energy, the gift of a listening ear, or the quiet presence of a heart that is fully attentive. Sometimes the most precious gift is not what we buy, but how we show up, to sit with a friend in their pain, to listen without judgment, to give the fullness of our attention. This, too, is generosity, perhaps the highest form. The story of the robe also teaches discernment in giving. The Buddha did not suggest the merchant keep the robe for himself, nor did he praise him for giving it to someone already honored. Instead, he directed him towards someone shivering in the cold. This is wisdom in action. Generosity guided not by social convention, not by appearance, but by compassion rooted in awareness of real suffering. The Buddha also said, "The greatest gift is the act of giving itself." At first, this may sound puzzling. How can giving itself be the gift? But when we look deeply, we see that the true transformation happens not in the material transfer of an object, but in the opening of the heart. When giving flows from compassion rather than obligation, from love rather than ego, something shifts within us. We experience mudita, sympathetic joy, the delight in seeing another's happiness. Their smile becomes our smile. Their relief becomes our relief. Tonight, as you reflect, ask yourself gently, how do I give? Are my acts of generosity shaped by social obligation, by expectation, by a need for recognition? Or do they arise naturally from compassion, from the joy of seeing others flourish? What would it mean to redirect more of my resources, whether material, emotional, or attentional, toward those truly in need? The Buddha reminded his disciples, "If beings knew, as I know, the results of giving and sharing, they would not eat without having given, nor would the stain of selfishness overcome their minds." With these words, he pointed to the liberating power of generosity. To give is not to lose, it is to become free. Now, let us turn to another story, a lesser-known Zen tale that reveals profound wisdom about how we meet and control our thoughts. This is the story of two monks and the river. Two monks, an elder and a younger disciple, were traveling together on a long journey. Third is our difficulty distinguishing between skillful concern and unskillful rumination. True concern is mindful. It acknowledges a situation, reflects on it with clarity, and takes action when necessary. Rumination, on the other hand, is like turning a wheel that never moves the cart. It consumes our energy, but brings us no closer to wisdom or resolution. The younger monk mistook his repeated judgments for vigilance, when in truth he was simply feeding his own restlessness. The elder monk's response offers us a profound teaching. Compassion guided his action, and mindfulness allowed him to release it once it was complete. He did not cling to the past moment, nor did he allow it to disturb his peace. He carried the woman across the river, but he did not carry her in his mind. The Buddha often spoke of the mind as a fertile field. Whatever seeds we plant there, anger, compassion, fear, or love, will grow. The elder monk planted compassion and let it go, while the younger monk planted judgment and watered it with rumination, carrying its weight long after the moment had passed. This story points us toward one of the central practices of Zen, non-attachment to thoughts, to see them rise and fall like clouds in the sky, without clinging to them or identifying with them. Thoughts are not problems in themselves. The problem comes when we mistake them for reality, or when we keep carrying them long after their usefulness has ended. The Buddha said, "Drop by drop, the water jar is filled." Likewise, the wise man, gathering it little by little, fills himself with good. Just as drops of wholesome thought can fill the jar of peace, so too can drops of judgment and worry fill the jar of suffering. What are we filling our jars with each day? The younger monk's struggle mirrors our own. How often do we replay conversations in our minds long after they have ended? How often do we hold on to an insult, a mistake, or a regret, carrying it with us for hours, days, or even years? Meanwhile, the moment itself has already passed, like the river water flowing downstream. Only our attachment keeps it alive. Zen practice invites us to pause and ask, am I still carrying this? Just as the elder monk set the woman down, we too can set down the burdens we carry in our thoughts. This doesn't mean ignoring responsibility or denying the past, but meeting each moment fresh, without dragging old stories into it. In daily life, this might look like noticing when we are replaying a memory and gently returning to the present breath. It might mean recognizing when we are clinging to resentment and asking ourselves whether we wish to keep carrying this coal of suffering. It might mean loosening our grip on perfectionism or regret and trusting that letting go is not weakness but freedom. The Buddha taught, do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. The elder monk embodied this teaching. His action was rooted in compassion, and once it was complete, he returned to the flow of the journey. The younger monk, like so many of us, became lost in the maze of thought, missing the simplicity of the path beneath his feet. Tonight, as you reflect, consider what rivers you have crossed, but are still carrying in your mind. What situations, long past, do you revisit again and again? What judgments do you rehearse that bring no peace, no resolution? Can you, like the elder monk, learn to set them down? Notice the freedom that comes when the mind returns to the present moment, unburdened and clear. Now let us turn to another Zen story, one that speaks to the hidden treasures that often lie within us, waiting to be discovered. This is the story of the hidden treasure beneath the house. The Zen master nodded politely, his eyes calm yet sharp, as though he could already sense the weight of the professor's knowledge pressing against the possibility of new understanding. Rather than answering directly, the master reached for a teapot and 2 cups. He placed 1 cup before the professor and began to pour. The professor watched the steaming liquid fill the cup, first to the brim, then spilling over the edge, streaming onto the table, and finally dripping to the floor. Alarmed, the professor exclaimed, "Stop! The cup is overflowing. No more will go in." The master set the teapot down gently, meeting the professor's startled gaze. With a soft smile, he said, "You are like this cup, so full of your own opinions, theories, and knowledge that nothing new can enter. Before I can show you Zen, you must first empty your cup." The professor sat stunned. In that simple gesture, the master had revealed more than volumes of text could convey. His overflowing cup was not just a teaching about tea, it was a mirror of his own mind. Zen Buddhism teaches that the greatest obstacle to wisdom is not ignorance, but the illusion of knowledge. When the mind is already crowded with fixed ideas and certainties, there is no space for fresh insight. Just as water cannot be poured into a cup that is already full, wisdom cannot enter a mind overflowing with preconceptions. The Buddha said, "Those who cling to views wander the world offending people." This points to the subtle arrogance of a mind that assumes it already understands. When we cling to our own opinions, we leave no room for deeper seeing. We listen only to confirm what we already believe, rather than to discover what we do not yet know. The empty cup symbolizes the beginner's mind, a mind that is open, curious, and receptive. Zen Master Shunryu Suzuki famously said, In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few. The professor had come as an expert, yet what the master invited him to cultivate was the humility of a beginner. In our own lives, we too often approach experiences, people, and even ourselves with cups that are already overflowing. We meet a loved one with assumptions about who they are. Instead of seeing them freshly, we enter conversations already rehearsing our response, leaving no space to truly listen. We approach challenges with rigid expectations, blind to the unexpected wisdom they might contain. Zen practice invites us to empty our cups again and again, to notice when our minds are filled with judgment, resistance, or certainty, and to gently set these aside. This doesn't mean abandoning all knowledge or refusing to think critically. Rather, it means holding our knowledge lightly, making space for what each moment might reveal. Practical methods for cultivating this empty cup include beginner's mind meditation, where we intentionally experience familiar things as if for the first time. The sound of a bird, the taste of tea, the rhythm of our breath. It also includes listening practices, where we give another person our full attention without overlaying their words with our assumptions. The Master's overflowing teacup reminds us that wisdom enters only where there is space. To empty the cup is to create that space. Space for presence, for humility, for awakening. Tonight, as you reflect, ask yourself, where is my cup too full? What assumptions, judgments, or certainties am I clinging to? Can I empty my cup, even just a little, to make room for fresh seeing? Remember the Buddha's words, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." Sometimes that word is not spoken by another, but revealed in the silence of an empty mind. Now let us explore another Zen teaching story, one that reveals the power of seeing beyond appearances. This is the story of the sound of one hand clapping. This habit of seeing through filters is subtle yet deeply pervasive. It is as if we are forever looking at the world through a window stained by past experiences, opinions, and expectations. Instead of meeting each moment freshly, we meet our own projections reflected back to us. The professor thought he had come to learn Zen, but he had actually come carrying Zen in the form of his already formed ideas. He wanted to compare Zen to what he already knew, rather than allowing Zen to reveal itself on its own terms. The Buddha often warned against this clinging to views. In the Anguttara Nikaya, he taught that those who grasp tightly to their own ideas wander in conflict with others. The conflict is not only with the outside world, but also within our own minds. When we hold to rigid certainties, the mind becomes restless, defensive, and unable to open to deeper truths. The Zen master's overflowing cup was not an act of rudeness, but of great compassion. He offered a living demonstration, not just words. His teaching bypassed the professor's intellect and went directly to the heart. The shock of hot tea spilling across the table broke through the professor's self-assurance in a way that abstract explanation never could. This is the way of Zen. Direct, experiential, designed to shatter illusion rather than decorate it. In our own daily lives, how often do we live like the professor, with cups too full? We come into conversations already prepared to defend our positions rather than to listen. We meet challenges already filled with assumptions about what will or will not work. We enter spiritual practice already burdened with expectations about what enlightenment should feel like, instead of meeting the practice itself. Zen invites us to practice what is called shoshin, beginner's mind. This is not naivete or ignorance. It is a conscious choice to release our grip on fixed views and approach each moment as if for the first time. In beginner's mind, even the ordinary becomes extraordinary. The taste of water, the sound of wind, the sight of a familiar face suddenly alive with newness. Emptying the cup requires courage. It asks us to let go of the ego's fortress of certainty, to step into the vulnerability of not knowing. But in this vulnerability lies freedom. For when the cup is empty, it can be filled not only with tea, but with wisdom, compassion, and direct experience of reality as it truly is. Zen practice offers us ways to begin emptying our cups. Sitting meditation allows thoughts to rise and fall without grasping, loosening our identification with them. Mindful awareness in daily activities, walking, eating, speaking, invites us to meet each action without preconception. And the practice of deep listening invites us to encounter others without filtering their words through our judgments and comparisons. The overflowing cup is not just a story from long ago. It is a mirror held up to us now. As you reflect tonight, ask yourself, where is my mind already too full? What am I so certain about that I have closed myself to new seeing? What might become possible if I emptied my cup, even for a moment? Remember the words attributed to Lozi: to attain knowledge. Add things every day to attain wisdom. Remove things every day. Knowledge fills the cup, but wisdom empties it. Let us now turn to another Zen story, one that does not rely on words at all, but on a question that cuts through the intellect and points us directly to the mystery beyond concepts. This is the story of the sound of one hand clapping. The disciples watched in silence, puzzled by their master's gesture. The temple's grandeur was still vivid in their minds. The glittering gold statues, the fragrance of incense, the harmonious chanting echoing in the halls. Now, in stark contrast, they stood on a road of mud and muck, the air heavy with damp earth, their robes splattered and feet weary. One disciple finally spoke. "Master, we asked about the temple and its practices. Why do you draw circles in the mud?" The Zen master smiled faintly, his eyes soft yet penetrating. "The temple is beautiful. Yes, its ceremonies have refinement, its statues shine with radiance. But do not mistake beauty for truth, or form for essence. This circle in the mud is no less complete than the circle carved in stone within that temple." The disciples leaned closer, trying to understand. The master continued, "When the mind becomes attached to form, whether it is mud or gold, ritual or silence, it loses sight of the essence. Enlightenment is not found in ornate halls or in muddy roads alone. It is found in seeing clearly, without clinging wherever you are." He lifted his muddy hand and let the earth drip back onto the road. The priests dedicate themselves to ritual, and that has its place. Ritual can focus the mind and cultivate devotion. But if ritual becomes the goal, it blinds us. True practice is not bound by marble floors or by muddy paths. It is found in the heart that meets each moment fully, whether in the splendor of a temple or in the filth of the road. The disciples grew quiet. Some felt awe, others discomfort, realizing how easily they had been swayed by the temple's grandeur. They thought enlightenment must dwell in extraordinary places, among golden statues and perfect chants. But the master reminded them that truth is not confined to appearances. The Buddha once said, "In the scene, there is only the scene. In the herd, there is only the herd. When we add nothing, when we project nothing, every place becomes sacred ground." As they resumed their journey, the disciples noticed the mud differently. Each step squelched underfoot, but instead of irritation, they now felt a strange reverence. The mud supported their steps just as surely as the temple floor had. The crooked trees by the roadside stood just as dignified as the carved pillars within the temple. They began to understand what their master had shown them, that wisdom can arise in the most unexpected places, not just where beauty and order are carefully arranged. Tonight, as you reflect, consider, where do you expect wisdom to appear? Only in books, teachers, or spiritual settings? Or can you find it in the muddy roads of your own daily life, in mistakes, frustrations, even in what seems ordinary or unpleasant? Can you see the sacred circle drawn in the mud right before you? Remember the Master's teaching. The path is not in the temple alone, nor in the road alone. The path is in the seeing. When you see clearly, every step, muddy or clean, is already enlightenment. Now let us turn to another story, one that illustrates the delicate balance between discipline and naturalness in practice. This is the story of the archer and the Zen master. Looking at his disciples, the master's eyes softened as he traced the circle in the mud. "The truth can be found here as well," he said quietly. At first, the disciples exchanged puzzled glances. The temple they had just visited was still vivid in their minds, the golden statues gleaming in the candlelight, the fragrance of incense thick in the air, the immaculate chanting that seemed to rise like prayer into the heavens. Now in stark contrast, their teacher knelt in the dirt, hand covered in mud, pointing to something so plain, so ordinary, that it seemed unworthy of notice. Slowly, understanding began to dawn. The master was not dismissing the temple, nor mocking the rituals. He was showing them something deeper, that enlightenment is not bound to places of beauty or moments of perfection. The same reality that shines through the golden temple also breathes within the muddy road. The mud, messy, imperfect, avoided by most, contained the very essence of truth, as complete and whole as the temple's carved statues. The Buddha once taught, if you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it? This insight lies at the heart of the mud circle. It is a direct challenge to our human tendency to seek awakening somewhere else, at some later time, in some special place, under perfect conditions. The teaching cuts through this illusion. The truth is never elsewhere. It is here, in this very breath, in this very moment, whether you are surrounded by gold or knee-deep in mud. Why do we struggle to see wisdom in the ordinary? Zen points to what Chogyam Trungpa later called spiritual materialism, our tendency to treat the spiritual path like another possession to acquire. We imagine that enlightenment lies in the next retreat, the next teacher, the next ceremony. We mistake the outer trappings for the inner reality. We become collectors of experiences, not practitioners of presence. The mud is a metaphor for what we often try to escape in life. The uncomfortable emotions, the tedious chores, the conflicts in relationships, the fatigue of the body, the chaos of daily responsibilities. We assume spirituality means transcending or avoiding these things. But Zen reminds us, it is precisely in the midst of these muddy realities that wisdom waits to be discovered. In Japanese aesthetics, there is the concept of wabi-sabi, the beauty found in imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness. The mud circle is a living expression of wabi-sabi, the cracked teacup that still holds warmth, the wrinkle on an aging face that tells of laughter and sorrow, the garden grown slightly wild with weeds and blossoms together. Each reveals a deeper beauty when seen with clear eyes. Zen Master Jogen echoed this truth when he wrote, "If you cannot find the truth where you are, where do you expect to find it?" The point is not to deny temples, rituals, or scriptures, but to recognize them for what they are. Fingers pointing to the moon, not the moon itself. If we mistake the finger for the moon, we miss the luminous reality shining all around us. How do we apply the wisdom of the mud circle in daily life? We begin with attention. By turning toward the ordinary moments we habitually overlook, we discover that they too are doorways to awakening. Washing the dishes, instead of rushing through them, can become a meditation on movement, water, and light. Waiting in line, instead of fidgeting with impatience, can become a chance to breathe and observe the flow of humanity. Feeling tired or restless, instead of resisting, can become an invitation to meet the body as it is, with compassion. Even conflict, rather than being seen as an obstacle to practice, can become the very ground on which patience, clarity, and kindness are cultivated. The mud circle whispers a reminder. Enlightenment is not found by escaping life, but by entering it fully. When you stop searching for purity only in temples, you discover that the mud under your feet is already sacred. We can begin to recognize these muddy, ordinary, and even uncomfortable moments as the very ground of practice itself. The Buddha said, "My teaching is not a philosophy. It is the result of direct experience." This points us away from abstract concepts and towards something far more intimate. Wisdom discovered through immediate, unfiltered contact with life as it is. The mud on the road offered the disciples such a direct experience in a way that the temple's distant rituals, however beautiful, could not. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, consider the mud circles in your own life, the everyday challenges, the situations you might normally try to avoid or smooth over. Can you see them not as mistakes or interruptions, but as living classrooms? Can you bring the same quality of attention to these moments as you would to a radiant sunset or to the words of a profound teaching? When we meet even the most ordinary or muddy experiences with openness, something shifts. What once felt like a barrier becomes a path. What once seemed meaningless begins to reveal its hidden wisdom. The Buddha reminded us, all experiences are preceded by mind, led by mind, created by mind. It is the state of our awareness, not the external conditions, that shapes what we discover. When we bring a clear, curious, and accepting mind even to the muddiest of moments, we transform them, not into something else, but into doorways that lead us deeper into understanding. The mud is not a distraction from the path. It is the path itself. Now let us turn to a story about the wisdom of true mastery, one that shows us that skill is not only about technique, but about the quality of mind behind it. This is the story of the master archer. Long ago in ancient China, there lived a legendary archer, famed across the land for his unmatched ability. His arrows never missed their mark. Farmers spoke his name with reverence. Travelers told stories of his precision. And even the emperor honored him with gifts of riches and recognition. To witness his skill was to watch perfection itself. an arrow loosed and a target pierced, as if guided by destiny. One day, a young archer, ambitious and full of restless energy, traveled far to seek him out, bowing deeply. The youth spoke with both respect and eagerness. "Master," he said, "I have practiced archery for many years. My arrows find their mark more often than not, yet I know I have not reached the highest level. I have heard of your legendary abilities, and I beg you, teach me the secret that makes your arrows never fail." The master archer studied him quietly for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable, his eyes like still water. "Meet me at dawn tomorrow on the mountain. Bring your bow and your arrows." The young man agreed at once, filled with anticipation. The next morning, as the first light touched the peaks, the student climbed eagerly to the place the master had named. To his surprise, it was not a practice range, nor a quiet field with painted targets. Instead, he found himself standing on the edge of a high cliff. Below stretched a vast chasm, plunging hundreds of feet into a misty valley. The master walked calmly to the very edge where the stone crumbled away. Without hesitation, he took his stance, drew his bow in one smooth motion, and released an arrow. It soared gracefully into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Then he lowered his bow, turned, and said simply, "Now you stand here and shoot." The young archer hesitated. He stepped toward the edge, but when his eyes fell upon the dizzying drop below, fear gripped him. His stomach knotted, his knees weakened, and his hands began to tremble. As he fumbled with his bowstring, the arrow wobbled in his grip. His body shook so violently that he could not even steady his aim. After several unsteady attempts, the young archer finally stepped back from the edge, his face pale, his breath uneven. He lowered his bow and bowed his head. "I cannot shoot from here, Master," he confessed. His voice trembled with honesty. "The height makes me dizzy. The fear overwhelms me. My hands refuse to obey me, and my heart pounds so loudly that I cannot even hear the string. How can I hope to hit the target when I am so consumed by the thought of falling?" The master looked at him with kindness, his expression calm as a still pond. He nodded slowly and said in a gentle, steady voice, "This is the very secret you came to learn. The difference between you and me is not found in strength or technique. It is not in the bow or the arrow. It is in the mind. When I draw the bow, there is only the arrow, the bow, and the target. Nothing else exists. No fear of falling, no thought of success or failure, no concern for who may be watching, praising, or judging. There is not even a self who is shooting. There is only the pure act itself, the arrow and the target meeting as one." He paused, letting the words settle in the young man Sep's heart before continuing, "You miss your mark, not because your skill is lacking, but because your mind is divided. One part of you aims the arrow, but another part trembles with fear. One part hopes for success, while another fears failure. Another still is busy wondering how you appear in my eyes. When you are split in this way, your arrow cannot fly straight. When you are whole, when all of you is absorbed in the act itself, without fear, without desire, without the chatter of self, you will find mastery, not only in archery, but in every act of life." The young archer bowed deeply, his eyes glistening with the weight of realization. He understood that he had been given a teaching far more precious than any technical instruction. He had glimpsed the true path to mastery. one that pointed beyond skill to the very nature of the mind. The Buddha once taught, "Your work is to discover your world, and then with all your heart, give yourself to it." This simple yet profound teaching reflects the essence of the master archer's wisdom. Mastery does not come from adding more and more techniques. It comes from giving oneself completely, without division, to the moment at hand. But why do we struggle so deeply to achieve this state of undivided attention? Why do our minds splinter so easily? Zen Buddhism identifies several obstacles that fragment our awareness. The first is habitual self-consciousness. This part of our mind always hovers just outside the moment, watching ourselves as though from a distance. It comments, evaluates, compares, worries about appearances, and seeks validation. This observer creates an artificial division between ourselves and our actions, so that we are never simply living, but always also judging. The second obstacle is our attachment to outcomes. We want success, and we fear failure. We crave praise and dread criticism. We long for reward and recoil from punishment. This attachment tenses the body and clouds the mind. When we lose an arrow, whether literally or in the form of a decision, a project, a conversation, if our mind is consumed by whether we will hit the target, we are already off balance. Our aim wavers before the arrow have even flown. The third obstacle is fear. Fear is necessary when true danger is present, but most often it arises in ordinary, safe situations, moments where no real threat exists. The young archer's fear of falling into the chasm was not only physical, but symbolic of all the ways we hesitate in life. We fear losing status, safety, reputation, love, or the image we hold of ourselves. These fears paralyze us, just as surely as the dizzying cliff paralyzed the young archer. In Zen practice, the state beyond these divisions is known as mushin, no mind. In deep meditation, it is called samadhi, the absorption where subject and object dissolve into one. Athletes describe it as being in the zone. Artists know it as the moment when the brush seems to paint by itself. Musicians experience it as being played by the music rather than playing it. In all of these, the self disappears, and only the act remains. The Buddha said, "Just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, even so the wise are not affected by praise or blame." This steadiness is not coldness or rigidity. It is the natural stability that comes when we are fully present, so completely immersed in the act itself that there is no room for distraction, no space for comparison, no time for fear. Like the master archer at the cliff's edge, we act with a wholeness that no external force can shake. The Zen master walked with the villagers to the stone, his steps deliberate and unhurried. He examined the massive boulder from every angle, running his fingers lightly over its rough surface, and then looked at the villagers who had gathered, their faces tight with frustration and fatigue. "You have tried with strength, tools, and force," he observed calmly, "yet the stone does not move. Tell me, what is your intention?" The villagers exchanged puzzled glances. "We want it out of the way, master," one said, "so that the road is clear for everyone to pass. We have pushed, dug, and struck it, but it will not move." The Zen master nodded thoughtfully, as if considering something far beyond the stone itself. Then, rather than calling for more tools or strength, he squatted down and placed his hands gently at the base of the stone. He closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and felt the ground beneath him. He listened to the wind, the murmurs of the villagers, and even to the stone itself, silent but present. After a few long moments, he opened his eyes and said simply, "The stone will move, but not by forcing it. We must first understand it." The villagers frowned, unsure what he meant. One impatient man stepped forward. "Master, we do not have time for understanding. We must move the stone." The Zen master smiled gently. "It is precisely because you are rushing that the stone remains unmoved. The more you struggle, the more resistance you create. Let us try another approach." He asked the villagers to gather around him. Instead of pushing directly, they examined the slope of the road, the angle of the stone, and the leverage offered by nearby branches and tree trunks. The master encouraged them to use their minds, not only their muscles. Slowly, collaboratively, they devised a plan. They would use a series of wooden rollers and a simple lever system to shift the stone, working with its weight rather than against it. With patience, attention, and careful coordination, the enormous stone began to inch forward. Little by little, it rolled to the side, clearing the road entirely. The villagers watched in amazement, a mixture of relief and awe spreading across their faces. The Zen master turned to them and said, "The obstacle was never the stone alone. It was also the approach, the mind that believed only brute force could overcome it. When we align our effort with understanding, when we see clearly and act with patience and awareness, what seemed immovable becomes possible." The Buddha taught, "With wisdom as your guide, no obstacle is insurmountable." This story illustrates that the challenges we face, whether in the world outside or within our own minds, often resist simple force. The way forward is not always through pushing harder, but through observing clearly, understanding deeply, and acting with deliberate, skillful attention. Zen practice cultivates this quality through mindfulness in all activities. In meditation, we learn to notice the tension, resistance, and habitual patterns in our minds. In daily life, we practice bringing awareness to small acts, washing dishes, tending a garden, walking the path, and gradually this awareness expands to the larger obstacles we encounter. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, reflect on the heavy stones in your life. Perhaps it is a problem that seems unsolvable, a fear that feels unmovable, or a habit that feels entrenched. Can you pause, observe, and approach it with mindful attention rather than force or frustration? Can you notice where resistance in your mind is creating more weight than the problem itself? In this way, even the heaviest stone can shift, step by step, with patience, insight, and gentle persistence. A large crowd had gathered in the village square as the elderly master slowly made his way toward the obstacle that had caused such concern. Every villager expected that, with his wisdom and reputation, he would reveal some profound spiritual technique, or perhaps organize them into a more efficient system for removing the heavy boulder. The villagers whispered to one another, anticipating a dramatic display of knowledge. When the master finally reached the stone, he did not rush to speak or act. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and walked slowly around it, carefully circling the massive object. His eyes examined its shape, its cracks, and even the way the sunlight struck its surface. He studied it from all directions as though he were not simply observing a rock, but listening to it, trying to hear what it might reveal. The villagers waited anxiously, eager for him to provide a solution. Some grew restless, wondering why the master was taking so long. Finally, after several quiet moments, the master stopped, looked up at the gathered people, and calmly asked, "Tell me, why must the stone be moved?" His question startled the crowd. For a moment, there was silence. Then one villager, puzzled, answered, "Because it blocks the road, Master. It makes travel difficult for our carts and wagons. We cannot pass as we once did." Others nodded in agreement, thinking the explanation obvious. The master nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, it blocks one path," he replied, "but perhaps in doing so it creates another." Instead of commanding them to push or break the boulder, he suggested something different. He guided the villagers in clearing brush, moving loose stones, and slowly forming a new path that curved around the obstacle. Many hands worked together, and though the task required effort, it flowed more easily than the hopeless struggle of trying to roll the massive rock away. Before long, a smooth new road emerged, winding gently around the boulder. This alternative path not only solved their problem, but also transformed the presence of the stone itself. What had once been seen only as a burden gradually became a source of meaning for the village. The boulder stood as a landmark, a natural monument that gave their community a unique identity. Children climbed and played upon it. Travelers used it as a marker for directions. The elderly rested in its shade during hot days. What once evoked frustration became a point of pride, woven into the life of the village. Before departing, the Zen master turned to the villagers and said, "Some obstacles in life cannot be removed, no matter how much effort we exert. True wisdom lies not in defeating them by force, but in learning to live with them, or to move gracefully around them. What at first appears to block your way may actually be guiding you toward a new direction." This simple lesson carried a deep resonance, echoing the words of the Buddha. As the fletcher whittles and makes straight his arrows, so the master directs his straying thoughts. Just as an arrow maker carefully shapes and straightens each shaft, so too must we learn to shape our minds with patience and skill. The teaching emphasizes the importance of directing our thoughts wisely, not forcing them into rigid patterns, but gently guiding them toward more creative and flexible solutions. The villagers had been so fixated on removing the stone that they could not see any alternative approach. Their minds were caught in a single perspective, blind to other possibilities. This raises an important question. Why do we so often become trapped in only one way of viewing problems? Zen Buddhism identifies several mental habits that limit our perspective. First is our attachment to expectations. We cling tightly to fixed ideas about how things should unfold. The villagers assumed the only proper solution was to restore the road to its former state by moving or destroying the stone. Their minds were bound by the desire for things to return to what they had been. Second is the rigidity of fixed mind. This refers to our inability to adapt when our efforts face resistance. When our initial attempts fail, we often respond by applying the same method with greater intensity, rather than stepping back to reassess the situation entirely. Like pushing against a locked door harder and harder, we exhaust ourselves without ever considering that perhaps another entrance exists. Third is our failure to question assumptions. The villagers believed the stone itself was the enemy, but as the master revealed, the true problem was not the boulder. It was their relationship to it. By reframing the situation, the obstacle became a feature, even a gift rather than a barrier. The Zen master's teaching demonstrated that when we release our grip on expectations, loosen our rigid thinking, and challenge our assumptions, we open ourselves to new possibilities. What once seemed like a hindrance can become a teacher, a guide, and even a source of strength. The boulder that blocked the road was never just a stone. It was an invitation to see differently, to live more freely, and to discover wisdom in what at first seemed impossible. Zen practice is not simply about meditation or silent sitting. It also cultivates mental flexibility through the use of koans, those paradoxical stories, riddles, or questions that cannot be solved by conventional reasoning. A koan is like a key that does not fit any lock, yet somehow opens the door. Famous examples include, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Or what was your original face before your parents were born? At first glance, such questions appear absurd or meaningless, and the logical mind struggles to grasp them. But that is precisely their purpose. They are designed to short-circuit ordinary, habitual analysis, forcing the mind to step outside its normal tracks and operate in new, creative ways. This kind of training develops what Zen calls lateral thinking, the ability to approach a problem from unexpected angles, to break free of rigid patterns, and to see possibilities where none seem to exist. The Buddha himself taught, "We are shaped by our thoughts. We become what we think." If our thoughts remain trapped in familiar grooves, repeating the same cycles again and again, then our solutions will be equally limited and predictable. But when we learn to loosen the grip of fixed thinking and cultivate flexibility, we discover that fresh approaches, sometimes hidden in plain sight, begin to emerge. Pause for a moment and consider your own life. Think of a challenge that weighs on you, a conflict in a relationship, a difficulty at work, or perhaps a personal obstacle you cannot seem to overcome. Have you, like the villagers before the boulder, been pushing against your heavy stone, repeating the same strategies, hoping they will work if only you apply them harder or longer, yet finding little real progress? What might happen if, like the Zen master, you stepped back and asked yourself a different kind of question, not about how to push the stone, but about whether the stone itself is even the true problem? The Japanese concept of ma provides a further layer of insight. Ma refers to the space between things, the silent intervals, the pauses, the gaps that give shape and meaning to what surrounds them. Just as music depends not only on notes, but on the silence between notes, and art is defined not only by the brushstrokes, but also by the empty canvas around them, so too do our lives gain clarity in the spaces between actions and objects. Sometimes the solution is not found in the elements themselves, but in the relationship between them. The villagers discovered their freedom, not by destroying the stone or restoring the road exactly as it had been, but by reimagining the relationship between road and rock. They wove both into a new harmony. In the same way, your obstacles may not need to be conquered or erased. Perhaps the deeper invitation is to integrate them, to reshape your path in relation to them. Tonight, as you reflect on the challenges in your life, try adopting the Zen master's perspective. Ask yourself, what if this obstacle isn't something to be removed, but something to be embraced, something to be lived with and integrated? What new path might this apparent blockage be quietly revealing to you? Remember the Buddha's reminder, no matter how hard the past, you can always begin again. Each moment offers a fresh doorway into possibility, an opportunity to look with new eyes and to discover solutions that lie just beyond the reach of our habitual ways of thinking. To deepen this reflection, let us turn to another story, one that illustrates the power of letting go and the freedom that arises when we release what we carry. This is the famous tale of the two traveling monks, Tanzan and Aikido. Both Buddhist monks were once journeying together down a muddy country road during the rainy season. Heavy rains had fallen for days, flooding low paths and turning the soil into deep, sticky mud. Their robes clung to their legs, and their progress was slow. As they rounded a bend, they came upon a young woman dressed in a fine silk kimono, bound with a delicate sash. She stood stranded at the edge of a wide, muddy puddle that stretched across the road. The water was too deep for her sandals, and the mud too thick for her delicate clothing. Her face showed clear distress. She hesitated, trapped by her fear of ruining her beautiful garments, unable to cross. Without a word, Tanzan walked directly to her. With a simple, natural gesture, he bent down, lifted her gently into his arms, and carried her across the flooded stretch of road. He placed her carefully on the far side, where the ground was dry. The young woman bowed gratefully, offered her thanks, and went on her way. The two monks continued their journey in silence for several hours. Aikido, however, was restless. His thoughts churned as he replayed the scene in his mind. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he burst out, "Brother Tanzan," he said, "we monks are taught to avoid close contact with women, especially young and beautiful ones. It is dangerous to touch them, and it is against our vows. Why did you do that?" Tanzan turned his head calmly and replied, "I set the girl down hours ago by the river. Why are you still carrying her? Are you still carrying her?" Tanzan's simple words struck like a bell in the quiet air. Aikido was stunned into silence. In that instant, he realized the burden he had been shouldering for hours. It was not the physical weight of a young woman, for Tanzan had set her down long ago. Rather, it was the invisible load of judgment, worry, and mental agitation. While Tanzan had responded to the moment with compassion, lifting the woman across the puddle, and then letting the incident dissolve as quickly as it had arisen, Aikido had carried it with him mile after mile. His mind had clung to the scene, replaying it, layering it with commentary and criticism. He was not walking freely on the road. He was walking under the shadow of his own thoughts. The Buddha taught, let go of the past, let go of the future, let go of the present, and cross over to the farther shore of existence. This teaching captures the essence of Tanzan's wisdom. He understood that true freedom is not found in rigidly clinging to rules or appearances, but in maintaining inner spaciousness, to act with clarity in the present moment, to release the action once completed, and to continue unburdened. This is the heart of Zen practice. Why then do we so often find ourselves like Aikido, carrying unnecessary mental weights long after the moment has passed? Zen points to several tendencies of the human mind that keep us from letting go. First is the habit of rumination. We return again and again to past events, replaying them in our imagination, even when nothing can be changed. This mental repetition consumes our energy, strengthens old patterns, and fuels emotions such as resentment, guilt, or anxiety. Instead of healing, we keep opening the wound. Second is attachment to rules rather than principles. Aikido focused narrowly on the external code of monastic conduct, the rule forbidding close contact with women. In doing so, he missed the spirit behind the rule, which is to cultivate purity of mind and intention. Tanzan, by contrast, recognized that compassion is the higher law, to preserve the woman's dignity, to meet her need in that moment required breaking convention. He saw that true purity lies not in rigid avoidance, but in the absence of selfish craving. Third is what Buddhists call papanka, mental proliferation. One thought arises, then another branches from it, then another, until an entire inner drama unfolds. A single observation becomes a stream of speculation. Was my brother wrong? What will others think? What does this mean about our practice? Soon, an entire storm of opinion and judgment takes over, even though the actual event lasted only moments. This is self-created suffering, spun entirely from the mind's own thread. Zen practice invites us to notice when we are carrying what could be set down. Through meditation, we gradually develop the capacity to witness thoughts without being swept away by them. Like clouds drifting across the sky, we allow them to come and go. We learn to distinguish between useful reflection, which brings understanding, and unhelpful rumination, which entangles us further. Each time we return to the present moment, we taste the lightness of freedom. The Buddha once said, "In the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you." These words are a mirror. They invite us to ask ourselves, what am I carrying that I no longer need? Old resentments from injuries long past, anxieties about futures that have not yet arrived, harsh judgments about myself or others. These burdens weigh heavily, though they are made only of thought. In Japanese Zen, there is a practice called sesshin, which literally means touching the mind-heart. During intensive meditation retreats, practitioners sit in silence, hour after hour, day after day. At first, the weight of what they carry often surfaces: memories, regrets, worries, unfinished stories of the mind. But as practice deepens, many discover that these burdens are not permanent. They can be released. The experience of laying them down, even briefly, brings a profound sense of lightness, as though stepping into a new life. Tanzen's lesson to Aikido is timeless. Compassion requires presence, and freedom requires letting go. The woman was carried for a few steps, the thought of her need not be carried at all. The challenge for us is the same: to meet each moment with clarity and kindness, and then to release it, so we can walk unburdened into the next. Letting go is not about forgetting, erasing, or denying our experiences. It is not a kind of forced amnesia. Rather, it is about refusing to let those experiences harden into obstacles that prevent us from living fully in the present moment. The memories remain, the lessons remain, but the clinging and the weight are released. In your own daily life, notice when you are still carrying something long after the actual event has ended. Perhaps you are replaying a sharp exchange of words, rehearsing what you could have said differently. Perhaps you are worrying about a mistake at work, or silently nursing a grievance against someone who wronged you. These mental loops are heavy, yet most of the heaviness is self-created. Ask yourself, can I, like Tanzen, respond appropriately to what each moment requires, and then return to the journey without residue? The Buddha reminded us, happiness never decreases by being shared. In the same way, peace of mind never diminishes when we let go. In fact, it grows. By laying down what no longer needs to be carried, we free space for compassion, clarity, and joy. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, try an experiment. Imagine gently placing each concern, each unresolved situation, each judgment or worry on the ground beside you, as though setting down a bag you've been carrying all day. Tell yourself, they will still be there in the morning if I truly need to pick them up again. For now, though, grant yourself the lightness of traveling unburdened, even if only for the span of one night's rest. Feel the spaciousness that opens when you are no longer entangled. Remember Tanzan's wisdom. True freedom is not found in avoiding life's muddy waters, but in crossing them when necessary, and then walking on with an uncluttered heart. With this spirit of freedom, let us turn to another story, one that explores the power of inner silence. This is the tale of the cricket in the temple. In the heart of a bustling Japanese city stood a magnificent temple that had endured for centuries. Its golden roof gleamed in the sunlight. Its tall wooden pillars bore the marks of countless seasons, and its grounds welcomed a constant flow of visitors. Surrounding it was the din of modern life, traffic rushing by, construction hammering in the distance, the chatter of tourists. Yet, mysteriously, within its walls a profound and timeless silence seemed to prevail. One day, a young musician came to visit this temple. He was not only skilled in his art, but also deeply curious about meditation. What fascinated him most was not the grandeur of the architecture, but the quality of the silence that seemed to envelop the sacred space. He wondered, how could such deep quiet exist in the middle of such noise? He sat quietly in a corner of the main hall, closed his eyes, and allowed his hearing to open wide. At first, he noticed the obvious sounds, the shuffle of feet on the wooden floor, the occasional murmur of voices, the faint hum of the city beyond the gates. But then, to his surprise, he became aware of something far subtler, a faint rhythmic sound, so delicate it was almost imperceptible. It was not coming from outside, but from within the temple itself. Intrigued, he followed the sound, his ears guiding him more than his eyes. At last, he discovered the source, a tiny cricket living in a small crack in one of the ancient wooden pillars. The musician was astonished. How could the sound of such a small creature carry through the vast hall, overcoming the noise of the city and the chatter of visitors? Still bewildered, he approached an elderly monk who was sweeping the temple floor. "Venerable one," the musician asked, "have you noticed that there is a cricket living inside that pillar?" The monk paused his sweeping, smiled warmly, and said, "Ah, so you have heard our little friend. Yes, he has lived in the temple for many years. But how is it possible," the musician pressed, "that the sound of such a tiny insect can be heard in this great hall, while all the noise of the city outside fades into the background?" The monk laid his broom gently against the wall. He reached into his robe and drew out a single coin. Holding it between his fingers, he said quietly, "Come, watch." The monk let the coin slip from his fingers. It struck the stone floor with a sharp, metallic ring that echoed through the vast temple hall. Instantly, nearly every visitor, pilgrims, tourists, even the distracted, turned their heads toward the sound. Eyes followed the coin as it rolled briefly before coming to rest. The old monk turned back to the puzzled musician and smiled. "People hear what they are listening for," he said softly. "The coin is no louder than the cricket, yet nearly everyone noticed it. Why? Because money speaks a language we are all trained from birth to recognize. The cricket sings day and night, but few notice its song because few are listening for such voices." He paused, allowing the words to settle. Then he continued, Those who learn to quiet their inner noise can hear what others miss, not just the faint chirping of crickets, but the whispers of wisdom that flow constantly beneath the clamor of everyday life. True silence is not merely the absence of sound, it is the presence of attention. The young musician bowed deeply, realizing that what he had received was not a lesson in music, but a teaching in life itself. He had been shown the difference between hearing and listening, between external quiet and inner silence. The Buddha once taught, "He who is patient is the greatest warrior." This saying applies not only to the outer struggles of life, but profoundly to our inner world. The greatest battles are not fought against armies or adversaries, but against the endless internal chatter that fills our minds, the judgments, fears, desires, and restless thoughts that drown out the subtle music of reality. Why then do we find it so difficult to hear the crickets in our lives, the quiet truths, the subtle beauty, the whispers of intuition? Zen Buddhism points to several reasons why inner silence is so often lost. First is conditioning. From an early age, we are trained to value certain signals over others. Just as everyone instantly noticed the coin but ignored the cricket, we are taught to give attention to what is dramatic, urgent, or socially valuable. Deadlines, crises, loud voices, breaking news. Meanwhile, the small, the subtle, the gentle, like the rustling of leaves, the shift of breath, or a moment of quiet insight, pass by unnoticed, though they may contain deeper truth. Second is the restless quality of mind that Zen calls the monkey mind. Like a monkey leaping from branch to branch, our consciousness jumps restlessly from one thought to the next. Rarely do we linger long enough to perceive what lies beneath the surface. This inner chatter acts as a veil, filtering reality through a constant stream of commentary, analysis, and distraction. As long as the mind is noisy, the delicate voice of wisdom cannot be heard. Third is the loss of wonder. Children naturally notice crickets, ants, cloud patterns, and other subtle phenomena. They marvel at what adults overlook, because they have not yet been trained to dismiss the insignificant. But as we grow older, we often lose this capacity for fresh perception. We become selective, noticing only what seems useful, while the extraordinary within the ordinary slips away. The cricket is no less wondrous than the coin, but wonder itself requires openness. Buddhist Zen practice offers a way to restore this openness. It cultivates what might be called active silence. This is not the forced suppression of thought, nor a blank emptiness. Rather, it is an alert and receptive awareness, a listening beyond habit, a perception attuned to what lies between the usual noises of mind. Through meditation, we train ourselves to notice when we are caught in inner monologue, and to gently release it, returning to the raw immediacy of the present. Each time we return, even for a breath, we strengthen the capacity to hear the subtle crickets of life. We discover that silence is not the absence of thought, but the space that allows us to hear more fully. The Buddha expressed this truth simply. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. When our thoughts race chaotically, our world reflects that chaos. When our thoughts settle into stillness, the world reveals its hidden harmony. The mind is everything. What we think, we become. When the mind is filled with constant noise, worries, judgments, comparisons, and distractions, we inevitably become noisy ourselves. Our energy scatters, our focus fragments, and the deeper wisdom available in stillness remains out of reach. In Japanese aesthetics, there is a concept known as ma, the meaningful pause, the empty space that gives shape and form to the whole. In music, ma is the silence between notes that creates rhythm and flow. In conversation, it is the attentive pause that makes true understanding possible. And in life itself, ma is found in those quiet moments of receptivity that often contain the most profound insights. The cricket in the temple is not merely an insect. It is a symbol of all the subtle voices of wisdom that hum constantly beneath the surface of our awareness, the intuitions we brush aside, the natural rhythms we override, the quiet warnings we dismiss, and the gentle beauty we overlook. When we cultivate inner silence, these subtle voices become audible. They offer guidance and clarity that cannot be reached by the noisy, restless mind. Tonight, as you rest in the quiet of this moment, see if you can listen beyond the chatter of your thoughts. Can you hear the crickets within your own awareness? Perhaps you will notice the soft rhythm of your breathing, or subtle sensations in your body that usually go unnoticed. Perhaps you will sense a quiet intuition about a situation in your life, something that was drowned out by busyness during the day. The Buddha taught, the quieter you become, the more you can hear. In cultivating this inner silence, we discover something profound. The wisdom we seek has been speaking to us all along. It is not absent. It is not hidden. It has simply been drowned out by our own mental noise. When we learn to be still, the wisdom reveals itself. And so, as we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen, let us turn to another story, one that illustrates the power of presence, of meeting life directly and completely. This is the teaching of the Zen master and the strawberries. A young Zen student once approached his master with a troubled heart. "Master," he said, bowing respectfully, "I have been studying Zen diligently for 3 years, yet my mind remains restless. When I sit in meditation, thoughts flood in like a river. When I try to be mindful during the day, I am constantly pulled into worries about the future or regrets about the past. How can I ever find peace?" The master listened quietly, without interruption, his gaze calm and steady. After a few moments of silence, he said, "Come with me. There is something I wish to show you." The master led the student out of the monastery and onto a narrow mountain path. They walked in silence for nearly an hour, the air filled with the scent of pine and the distant cry of birds. Finally, they reached a high cliff that overlooked a breathtaking valley. Far below, a silver river wound its way gracefully through meadows and forests, glinting in the afternoon sun. The mountains stood watch on the horizon, and the entire landscape shimmered with quiet majesty. The master gestured for the student to sit with him near the edge of the cliff. When both were seated comfortably, the master reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out 2 perfectly ripe strawberries. Their skin was glistening red, dotted with seeds, their fragrance sweet and inviting. He placed one before the student and kept one for himself. "Eat," the master said simply, picking up his strawberry. The student was confused. He had come with a profound spiritual question about the restless nature of his mind, and the master had brought him all this way, only to instruct him to eat a piece of fruit. Still, out of respect and obedience, the student picked up the strawberry, uncertain what to expect. The student picked up the strawberry and slowly bit into it. The flavor was extraordinary, sweet yet tart, bursting with freshness, and so intensely fragrant that it seemed to awaken every sense. He had eaten strawberries many times before in his life, but somehow this one tasted unlike any other. It was as though he was meeting the fruit for the very first time. They sat together in silence, eating, as the master observed the student's expression of surprised delight. The young man's eyes widened. His posture softened, and for a moment his restless mind seemed completely stilled by the simple act of tasting. When they had finished, the master broke the silence. "Tell me," he asked, his voice calm and measured, "while you were eating the strawberry, where was your mind?" The student paused to reflect. A realization dawned on him. "It was here," he said slowly. "I was completely absorbed in the taste of the strawberry. There was nothing else." And during those moments, the master continued, "Were you burdened by thoughts of the past? Were you pulled into worries of the future? Did regret or fear trouble you?" The student shook his head. "No, master. There was only the strawberry." The master's eyes shone with quiet approval. "This," he said gently, "is the peace you seek. It is not found by chasing away thoughts, nor by trying to force the mind into some extraordinary state. Peace arises naturally when you bring your whole awareness to the reality of the present moment, whatever it may be, whether it is a strawberry, a single breath, a simple task, or even a painful emotion. If you are fully here with it, the past cannot touch you, and the future has no hold. They exist only in thought, and when thought dissolves into pure experience, what remains is peace." The student furrowed his brow. "But master," he protested softly, "the strawberry was easy to be present with, because it was pleasant and sweet. What about when life gives me something bitter, difficult, or even painful? How can I be present with suffering?" The master nodded, as if he had been waiting for this question. "An excellent inquiry, and yes, it is more challenging, but the practice is the same. Presence does not depend on what appears before you, whether you face a strawberry or a snake, joy or sorrow, praise or blame. The nature of the object changes, but the quality of awareness you bring to it need not. This is the great freedom of Zen practice, the power to meet all of life with the same steady, unshaken presence." Hearing this, the student bowed deeply, gratitude shining in his eyes. From that day onward, he approached his meditation and daily practice differently. No longer did he struggle to eliminate thoughts or chase after some elusive, perfect state of stillness. Instead, he committed himself to bringing complete presence to each activity, each conversation, each step, and each breath. To his surprise, he discovered that the peace he had been searching for had never been hidden. It was always available in the most ordinary moments of his life. The Buddha taught, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." This simple yet profound teaching points directly to the path of freedom. Peace is not achieved by escaping our current experience, nor by waiting for better circumstances. It is found in fully inhabiting the moment at hand, whether it feels mundane or extraordinary. The strawberry, in this story, represents any ordinary moment of life. When met with wholehearted presence, even the simplest act, tasting a piece of fruit, washing a dish, or walking across a room, reveals itself as radiant and extraordinary. And yet, why do we struggle so persistently with being present? Why does this teaching, so simple in words, feel so difficult in practice? Zen Buddhism identifies several patterns that pull us away from the immediacy of now. The first is our habitual time traveling. The mind's tendency to swing endlessly between the past and the future. We review what has already happened, replaying conversations or rehashing mistakes. Or we lean into what has not yet come, anticipating possibilities, constructing scenarios, or worrying about outcomes. This restless mental movement is so constant that we barely notice it, yet it robs us of the only reality we ever truly have, the present moment. The second is our deeply ingrained evaluation system. The mind, the master said, tends to instinctively categorize each experience into one of two sets: pleasant or unpleasant, desirable or undesirable, significant or insignificant. This constant judgment builds a subtle resistance to what is really occurring, unconscious even to ourselves. We are constantly reaching for what we want and pushing away what we don't want. This reaching and pushing away keeps us slightly detached from the present. A third barrier is our perpetual quest for special moments. The notion that peace, joy, or enlightenment will arrive in some exceptional way, wrapped in uncommon or dramatic attributes, unlike the fabric of everyday life. This deception keeps us from noticing the deep beauty already present in the most basic instances, like savoring a strawberry, hearing the cry of a bird, or experiencing the rise and fall of breath. The Japanese philosophy of Ichigo Ichi, one time, one encounter, illuminates the impermanent, irreplaceable quality of each meeting. Every breath, every perception, every exchange is completely singular, never to be repeated in precisely the same way again. When we profoundly realize this, presence no longer becomes something we have to strive for, but inevitable spontaneity. We wish to bring our entire presence because we know that each instant is an irreplaceable gift. Zen practice is meant to cultivate this ability to be present, both in formal meditation and in the minute actions of everyday life. In Zazen, sitting meditation, we observe repeatedly when the mind has wandered, and each time we come back, softly, to the simplicity of breath and posture. This ongoing coming back is not failure, but the very nature of practice itself. In everyday life, ordinary actions, walking, eating, cleaning, working, become equally potent moments to come back to presence, to find the extraordinary in the ordinary. The Buddha instructed, the secret of health for both mind and body is not to mourn for the past, worry about the future, or anticipate troubles, but to live in the present moment wisely and earnestly. This instruction reminds us that presence is not solely a spiritual ideal, but also the basis of well-being in every aspect of life. A mind distracted by the past and future creates suffering. A mind rooted in the present develops clarity, health, and peace. This evening, as you settle into bed, you can try to bring the same level of total presence you had with the strawberry to the experience of laying down. Notice the sense of your body pressing against the bed, the soft cadence of your breathing, the slow relaxation of your muscles. Let each moment of the passage into rest be received in its entirety, not grasping towards tomorrow or reliving today. As the Buddha said, wherever you are, be there totally. It is there in this total presence that the peace that has always been there waits to be revealed by our complete attention. Let us now explore a parable of clearing the blocks that veil our authentic self. This is the tale of polishing the mirror. A young monk came to his Zen master after many years of honest practice. Though he had devoted himself, an anguished frustration hung heavy in his heart. "Master," he explained, his voice shaking with both fatigue and yearning, I have worked hard for 7 years now. I observe all the precepts carefully. I meditate daily without exception. I read the sutras devotedly. And yet, I am no nearer to enlightenment than when I first started out. So tell me, what am I doing wrong?" The elderly master looked at the monk with profound pity. In place of words, he beckoned the young man in silence to follow him. They went together to a dusty storage room in the rear of the monastery. Within, disguised behind stacks of scrolls, ceremonial equipment, and clouds of dust, stood an ancient mirror. Once, many years ago, it had been lovely, buffed to a brightness so brilliant that it had been able to reflect with ravishing luster. But now its face was fully obscured by years of disuse. Dust, dirt, and oxidation hid its true beauty. The monk gazed at it in confusion, trying to guess what lesson his master was going to teach. "Do you notice this mirror?" the master asked quietly, placing his hand on the old, dusty glass. "Yes," the monk said, still a bit bewildered by the apparently pointless question. "Ask me, then," the master went on, "whether this mirror was made by the dust which now covers it." The monk scowled, thinking hard. "No, of course not. The mirror is separate from the dust. The dust is just a covering." "Precisely," replied the master. "And if a person wanted to look at their face in this mirror, what would they have to do?" "They would have to clean it," answered the monk, his words slow, careful, but starting to get some idea where the teaching was leading. They would have to remove the dust and polish its surface. The master nodded slowly and dropped a soft cloth into the hands of the monk. "Then please clean this mirror." Day by day, the young monk devoted himself to the task. Initially, the grime built up over decades did not easily give way. The surface was dim, bordering on dead, as if the mirror had lost sight of its own purpose. The monk used water, and that failed. Then oil, and that too failed. Fine ash, even special polishing chemicals employed by artisans. Every day demanded patience, persistence, and silent faith. Bit by bit, ever so slowly, the mirror's hidden sparkle started to emerge. Weeks went by. The monk's arms ached, but his determination strengthened. Slowly, the ancient surface started to glow. What was dull and obscured before now reflected the light of the lanterns in the storeroom. Finally, after weeks of hard work, the mirror was fully restored, sparkling, radiant, absolutely reflective, like it had been born anew. When the master visited to examine it, he smiled weakly, his eyes aglow. "Tell me," he said, "did your work bring the mirror its reflective quality?" The monk lowered his head. "No, master. The mirror always had the ability to reflect. My cleaning did not bring it that quality. It merely stripped away what was obscuring it." The master's expression gentled into profound compassion. "So, it is with your Buddha nature," he whispered. "You don't produce enlightenment by effort, nor do you acquire an achievement that you can add to yourself. Your own nature, pure, radiant, and precisely reflective of the way things are, is there from the start. Practice is not about creating what you don't have, but about taking away the obscuration that hides what has always been present." The master went on, "The dust is your attachments, your aversions, your delusions, the innumerable patterns of mind obscuring your native clarity. Meditation, observance of the precepts, study, all these are like the cloth you use to clean the mirror. They don't create enlightenment, they reveal it. They bring forth your original face. On hearing this, the young monk felt something within himself change. His heart, which had been so burdened with effort, now lightened. He saw that all these years he had been training with the implicit assumption that enlightenment was elsewhere, a reward for diligent striving. Now he was seeing the nature of awakening was within him all along. His practice was not about becoming other, but about tenderly revealing what he already was. From that point on, his style changed. Instead of straining towards some ideal condition, he exercised with the intimacy and tenderness of one who knows the dust of conditioning when it presents itself and methodically sweeps it away, revealing his own Buddha nature to shine forth of its own accord. The Buddha taught, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." This teaching indicates the tremendous force of our thoughts and mental habits. Like dust on a mirror, our conditioned perceptions of fear, judgment, and misconception can veil the luminous awareness that is our heritage. But just as no dust can ever break the mirror underneath, no amount of delusion can ever take away our true essence. And yet, why does the dust appear to stick so tenaciously? Why is it so easy to forget our clarity? Zen Buddhism lists several reasons for this obscuration. There are two. The first being that which Buddhists refer to as ignorance, avidya. It is not lack of intelligence, but very deep, core misunderstanding of who we really are. We confuse the dust for the mirror. We confuse our transient thoughts, feelings, and self-concepts with the clear, reflective mind underneath them. The second is the force of habitual patterns. Each moment of grasping, each reaction of aversion, each thought rooted in a limited self-concept adds another layer of dust. These patterns reinforce one another, building over time into what feels like an impenetrable coating across the mirror of awareness. The third great source of obscuration is our cultural conditioning. Since childhood, we are immersed in thoughts that instill achievement, accumulation, and constant self-betterment. We are directly and indirectly instructed that we need to add something to ourselves to make us complete, more knowledge, more goods, more credentials, more abilities. We are rarely instructed to stop, to notice, or to let go. Our conditioning tells us that we are never quite enough, just as we are, that we need to buff our identity with achievements and acquisition, not knowing that this endeavor only puts on more coats of dust over the mirror of consciousness. Zen presents a different path. The Japanese term session is usually translated as intensive meditation retreat, but its etymology is much more personal to touch the mind-heart. This sentence conveys the nature of Zen practice, not a matter of acquiring or building something new, but of directly accessing what has always been available under the coverings. To touch the mind-heart is to meet the original clarity, the radiant mirror that reflects all phenomena without distortion. It is to catch a glimpse of our Buddha nature, our original face, before our parents were born. At its most basic, Zen practice is a cleansing process. It is not a self-improvement project, but a gentle erasure of what obscures our natural wholeness. Meditation teaches us to encounter thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they happen without being carried away. In the silence of sitting practice, every breath a soft buffing of the mirror, every instant of awareness a sweeping of the dust. The ethical guidelines are another kind of cleaning. They assist us in avoiding the generation of new dust by negative speech, heedlessness, or destructive ways. Through ethical living, we decrease the buildup of obscurations and provide room for clarity to gleam forth. The teachings of wisdom, the sutras, the tales, the master's sayings, direct us repeatedly to this. Observe beneath appearances, observe beneath striving, observe beneath the agitated surface of the mind, and you will discover the mirror itself, clear, unbroken, and boundlessly reflective. The Buddha put this so elegantly. What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and our present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. Our life is the creation of our mind. Under such illumination, the dust obscuring our perception is impermanent, and it is not an enemy. It is just the sediment of old thinking and habits, and it can be lovingly wiped away with current awareness. Every gentle breath, every moment of loving kindness, every action of non-grasping is a polishing stroke on the surface of the mirror. In everyday life, you can observe when the mirror of your awareness grows cloudy, by stress, by anxiety, by judgment, by the agitated hum of reactivity. Rather than resisting these states or being overwhelmed by them, what if you saw them as no more than a fleeting film of dust? To see them this way is already to release their hold. The Buddha also taught, nothing is permanent, everything is changing. Being is always becoming. This is true not just of mountains, rivers, and seasons, but of the very mental states that obscure our clarity. The dust isn't permanent. Even the thickest layer of confusion is temporary. It can be wiped away, and underneath it, the clean surface of awareness remains untainted, unstained, always ready to shine through. So this evening, as you lie down to sleep, you can picture the day's stored dust, its worries, its feelings, its wear, softly being erased. Every breath can be sensed as a buffing stroke, every release a wiping of the surface, and what's left is the bare transparency of awareness itself, shining and quiet. As the Buddha instructed, look within. Thou art the Buddha. The pristine mirror of your true nature has been present all along, waiting only for the patient, loving work of uncovering. Let us now turn to another story, one that illuminates the simplicity of Zen's steps' direct path. It is called Pointing at the Moon. One night, in the light of a full moon, a Zen master and his disciple strolled through the gardens of the monastery. The air was cool and clear, and the moon's silver light rested across the walk in changing patterns of darkness and light. The scent of night-blooming flowers filled the air, and the gravel made a soft crunch under their sandals. They strolled in comfortable silence for a while, but when the master looked over at his pupil, he saw a seriousness on the young man's face, his brow furrowed, his shoulders set with unspoken anxiety. "What's wrong?" the master asked at last. The disciple sighed. "Master, I have been reading the sutras diligently. I read them every day, recite passages and ponder their meaning. The more I read, though, the more perplexed I become. One text contradicts another. Some teach rigorous, step-by-step practice. Others stress sudden realization. Some promote compassion, while others demand wisdom. I am unable to reconcile these teachings into a single, unified understanding. I am lost in their contradictions." The master heard patiently his disciple's predicament. Then, suddenly, without words, he halted, threw up his arm, and pointed to the brilliant full moon floating in the dark blue night sky. "Observe," he said gently. His disciple raised his eyes. Above him, the moon glowed in its unblemished circularity, calm and bright, scattering silver radiance over the monastery gardens. For a long moment, the two stood there silently, bathed in its radiance. At last, the master inquired, "Are you gazing at my finger or at the moon?" "At the moon, naturally," said the disciple, bewildered at the question's simplicity. "And did you have to study my finger in order to perceive the moon?" the master inquired again. "No," confessed the disciple. "My finger only indicated the way." The master dropped his hand and nodded. "Yes, the sutras, the teachings, the practices, they are all pointing fingers to the moon. They are not the moon. They are pointing us toward reality, but they are not reality. If you get too caught up in the finger, measuring it, comparing it with other fingers, arguing if one finger is straighter or more refined than another, you'll miss the very moon it was pointing at." They walked on, their sandals crunching gently on the gravel. But thence, after some paces, the master went on. The teachings seem to be contradictory only because they are presented to persons of different dispositions, capabilities, and circumstances. Some need gradual practice, others are prepared for sudden enlightening. Some answer to wisdom, others to pity. The sutras, therefore, show us numerous fingers, each of which points from some different direction, but all of which are aimed at the same moon. The moon itself is not split, nor does it fight against itself. When you stand and look at it straight, there is only moonlight, complete, whole, and united. The disciple passed in silence, mulling over his master's words. Gradually, his mind became still. Rather than handing over the contradictions of the texts, he started to feel the coolness of the evening wind on his skin, the quiet chorus of crickets buried among the grass, and the radiant quietness of the moon overhead. He understood for the first time that the way to wisdom lay not in collecting and reconciling concepts endlessly, but in opening himself up to the presence of experience. The Buddha himself gave this reminder: "My teaching is like a finger pointing to the moon. Do not mistake the finger for the moon." This caution is to a very human tendency to get stuck on words, doctrines, and teachings, and forget that they are not the reality itself, but pointers to it. Why do we so frequently mistake the finger for the moon? Zen identifies a number of reasons. First is our entrenched habit of conceptual thinking. Since childhood, we are conditioned to see the world in terms of language, categories, and labels. Concepts are helpful tools, but soon we start confusing them with reality itself. We forget water is merely a word, not the cool wetness on the skin. Love is a label, not the feeling of connection itself. Our maps of reality get so powerful that we spend more time in the map than in the territory. Second, there is our cultural conditioning for knowledge acquisition. In most school systems, we are rewarded for knowing by memorizing, analyzing, and sorting information. We are admired for what we can say in words, instead of for what we notice directly. Wisdom, on the other hand, emerges from embodied, immediate experience, something our culture tends not to value. A third is our clinging to certainty. Doctrine, philosophy, and teaching provide a sense of solidity in a world which frequently appears erratic. Hanging on to the finger provides us with the security of framework, but in so doing, we are keeping away from the huge, wide-open mystery of the moonlight itself. But Zen always reminds us that the finger exists for only one reason: to point our attention beyond it. Words and teachings are all merely skillful means, not ultimate truth. To hang on to them is to keep staring at the finger and confusing the guide with the destination. But when we permit the finger to perform its role, we look away to the glowing truth it points out. So tonight, while you sleep, you may ask yourself, what fingers are you holding on to? What ideas, principles, or conceptual maps are you confusing with the moon? Can you, for an instant, put down the finger and come to rest in the clear light of awareness itself, immediate, shining, complete? In this gentle shift is the essence of Zen, not boundless analysis, but direct perception, not the finger, but the moon. A week hence, the farmer's horse came back, racing into the pasture, but it was not by itself. Behind it was a small band of wild horses, wild and powerful, who had trailed behind it home from the hills. Overnight, the farmer, who barely a few days earlier had no horse at all, now had many. The neighbors, who were surprised at this development, again hurried to his house. "What amazing luck!" they cried. "You now have more horses than you ever imagined. Beyond a doubt, this is a blessing." The farmer, who stood quietly in his doorway, just smiled and said, "We'll see." Soon after, the farmer's son, a young and eager man, began training one of the wild horses. But the animal, spirited and unbroken, resisted fiercely. During one attempt, the young man was thrown violently from its back, landing on the hard ground. His legs snapped, leaving him bedridden and unable to help with the demanding work of the farm. The neighbors came back, shaking their heads sympathetically. "What bad luck!" they exclaimed. "Your son is hurt. How will you get on with the farm without him to help you?" The old farmer replied, in the same even tone, "We'll see." Weeks went by, and then one morning, soldiers came riding into the village. There had been a war in the kingdom, and all able-bodied young men were being drafted to fight. The women and children cried as their young men were marched away, never to know if they would see them again. But when the soldiers came upon the farmer's boy with his injured leg, they rode on past him. He was exempted from the draft. Once more, the neighbors came. "How fortunate you are," they said, with relief and jealousy in their tone. "Your son will live and ours might not come back." And once more, the farmer just shrugged and said, "We'll see." The Buddha instructed, "Nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming." Life illustrates the truth of this saying. In the case of the horse belonging to the farmer, what appears to be misfortune can turn out to be blessing. What appears as blessing can bring unexpected trouble. Circumstances in themselves are not determined as good or bad. It is our assumption that categorizes them too readily and too categorically. Why do we hold on so desperately to these judgments? Zen refers to a number of reasons. First, a mind has been trained to sort out experience in categories: pleasurable or painful, success or failure, profit or loss. But this classification is premature, since no occurrence announces its complete implications at once. The broken leg may keep one out of work today, but might save a life tomorrow. Second, we're motivated by the need for certainty. In an ever-changing world, our judgments provide the illusion of stability. If we can label something good, we can hold on to it. If we can label something bad, we can prepare ourselves for it. But life resists these neat bins. Third, we ignore the broad network of interconnectedness. A phenomenon never occurs in a vacuum. It transpires within a greater matrix of causes and conditions that constantly change. To describe one thread as good or bad is to disregard the entire pattern still unfolding. The farmer's wisdom is not in passivity, but in patience. His will see is not resignation, but recognition, an understanding that life's unfolding cannot be framed in one moment or adjudicated by one result. Equanimity is found when we engage each event completely, without hurrying to pin it in the position of fortune or misfortune. Zen practice teaches us to do this equanimity by bringing us back to the present. When, during meditation, a pleasant thought comes up, we are aware of it and let it go. When an unpleasant feeling comes up, we are aware of it and let it go. In either situation, we realize clearly that no state persists forever. This realization releases us from our clinging to judgment and enables us to rest in the fluidity of life. The Japanese term origamama is translated as it is, or to accept things as they are. It doesn't indicate indifference or apathy, but an immense trust in the unfolding of circumstances, trusting that what is manifesting now is merely what is, and that it will necessarily shift. This evening, as you are about to sleep, look over the events of your day. Did something occur that you hastily labeled as bad, or something that you grasped as good? Are you able to contain these experiences rather with the farmer's discernment, gently saying, "We'll see." By doing this, you let the world unfold its deeper truth on its own schedule, without trying to squeeze it into the small compartments of the mind. Equanimity is not a matter of stifling feeling, but of looking beyond first impressions, beyond the agitated labeling of the mind. This way, we are like the farmer, present, stable, and ready for whatever the moment brings, trusting in the deeper current of life to set us forward. Now the farmer, who not long before had possessed but one horse, found himself with a dozen beautiful creatures in his corral. Their matted manes shone in the sunlight, their powerful bodies kicked the ground, and their ceaseless energy charged the farm with new life. The news spread rapidly around the village, and soon the neighbors again flocked to the farmer's house, this time not in pity, but in excitement. "What wonderful luck," they said, their voices brimful of admiration. "You only had one horse, and look now you have plenty. You must be the wealthiest farmer in the village. Overnight you've made your fortune." The farmer smiled slowly, ducking his head in gratitude for their excitement. But again, his response was the same firm words, "We'll see." The very next morning, the farmer's one and only son undertook the job of breaking these wild animals. Robust and fiery, the horses fought back at every attempt to tame them. A particularly aggressive stallion bucked and flung the young man brutally onto the ground. A sickening crack was heard as his leg badly broke, leaving him in agony. When the neighbors overheard that, they came a second time to the farmer's residence, their voices now filled with sadness rather than jubilation. "What bad luck," they mourned. "Your son is seriously hurt and can no longer assist you with the farm chores. With the harvest season so close at hand, this is certainly a tragedy." The old farmer heard them patiently, nodding his head in understanding, but his response remained the same. "We'll see." Within not even a week, the war drums sounded far away, and war reached the village. Soldiers came, enlisting every healthy young man to fight in a war that had suddenly broken out with an adjacent kingdom. The villagers saw in sorrow their sons depart, well aware that many would never return. When the soldiers saw the farmer's son with his broken leg, they left him behind. The misfortune that had so recently caused the wound now saved him from the atrocities of war. The neighbors, grieving in their own right for their sons, but relieved on behalf of the farmer, wept their way to him. Their voices shook with both sadness and respect. "Your luck is amazing. As we suffer, your son has been spared." The farmer, with deep compassion in his eyes, received their words, and once again, with the same gentle steadiness, he said simply, "The Buddha taught, do not judge by appearances, find the truth behind all form." This timeless instruction is perfectly embodied in the farmer's story. His repeated response, we'll see, reflects a profound wisdom. No single event can be fully understood in isolation. Each occurrence is part of a vast unfolding, a web of causes and conditions still in motion. Why, then, do we so hasten to label experiences as good or bad, lucky or unlucky? Zen refers us to the tendencies of our dualistic mind. We are trained to divide reality into opposites: pleasant, unpleasant, gain, loss, success, failure. This quick sorting provides us with a sense of orientation and mastery, but deprives us of the greater subtlety of life's development. The Japanese term fubika captures the mind that does not dichotomize experience as like and not like. Rather, it stays open to let all phenomena be themselves without precipitate judgment. That kind of mind is able to greet life with roomy awareness, such as the farmer's, without holding on to exhilaration or falling into despair. Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh frequently referred to interbeing, extreme interconnectedness of everything. Nothing is by itself. Everything is interwoven into a tapestry of innumerable relationships. The tale of the farmer illustrates the principle in action. The unfortunate death of his horse resulted in the fortunate coming of numerous horses. The fortunate acquisition of the herd resulted in the unfortunate accident to his son. That seeming calamity resulted in the fortunate preservation of his life from war. Every event was tied to others, such as ripples spreading in a huge pond. What we refer to as luck or bad luck are merely photographs, value judgments, frozen at some moment in a process that is never static. Life is not a linear path, but a river, curving, twisting, showing new views with every turn. To live like the farmer is not to deny emotion, but to rest in trust. Trust that what arises is only one chapter of a larger story. Trust that joy and sorrow, gain and loss, are interwoven threads of the same tapestry. His will see is a practice of equanimity, a refusal to be enslaved by fleeting appearances. Tonight, as you look back on your own life, ask yourself, is there something that has flown by you in quick judgment as bad luck? Or perhaps something you've held fast as unwavering good luck? Can you release your hold and say softly to yourself, "We'll see"? In doing that, you enter into the same expansive patience as the farmer, letting life work itself out in its own quiet rhythm. The Buddha said, "With our thoughts, we create the world." If our thoughts grasp onto fixed judgments, our world turns hard and small. But if our thoughts are open, questioning and patient, our world becomes expansive, flowing, and filled with possibilities. Every event flowed into the next, in an unbroken stream of causes and effects, like water making its way down a mountainside, changing direction but never stopping in its movement. The Buddha taught, if we could see the miracle of a single flower clearly, our whole life would change. This teaching indicates the great depth and refined subtlety concealed even in that which appears mundane. To gaze intently upon a flower is to behold the whole of the universe in action. The earth, the rain, the sun, the many generations of seeds that have preceded it, the bugs that pollinate it, the hidden life in its roots. Nothing exists independently, and nothing is what it seems to be on the surface. When we slow down enough to perceive without the filter of our judgments, we begin to recognize this depth. We see that every experience is layered, carrying within it multiple dimensions, hidden potentials, and future developments we cannot yet foresee. What at first looks like misfortune may become a doorway to grace. What seems like luck may carry within it seeds of challenge. Life is not fixed in our categories of good and bad. It is alive, fluid, and endlessly unfolding. Zen practice cultivates this capacity for suspended judgment by training us in mindfulness of our automatic reactions. The mind, by habit, leaps quickly to label pleasant or unpleasant, success or failure, gain or loss. By practicing awareness, we notice this reflex as it arises. In that noticing, a space opens, a pause between stimulus and reaction. Within this pause lies freedom. The freedom to respond with equanimity rather than react with grasping or aversion. The farmer's simple phrase, "We'll see," embodies this wisdom. He did not deny action. He still searched for his horse, still tended to his son, still adapted to each circumstance, but he met each event without the heavy burden of premature judgment. He lived with the openness of not knowing, which shielded him from the extra layer of suffering that comes from clinging to certainty. The Buddha said, "As rain falls equally on the just and the unjust, do not burden your heart with judgments, but rain your kindness equally on all." This teaching extends the farmer's equanimity toward experience into the realm of relationships. When we stop dividing people into friend and enemy, deserving and undeserving, we discover a deeper capacity for compassion. Just as the farmer withheld judgment about events, so too can we withhold judgment about others, allowing our kindness to fall impartially, like rain. Tonight, as you reflect on the recent events of your own life, the ones you've labeled good luck or bad luck, success or failure, can you hold them with the farmer's wheel? See, can you soften the urge to declare final meaning and instead trust that the story is still unfolding? As the Buddha taught, nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming. To live with this understanding is to meet life's continuous unfolding with equanimity and with grace. It is not passivity, nor is it indifference. It is a way of walking through the world with steady presence, trusting the flow of causes and conditions, and resting in the clarity that no single moment tells the whole story. Let us now turn to another teaching tale, one that illustrates not the uncertainty of fortune, but the nature of true wisdom. This is the story of the cup of tea. A university professor, widely known for his scholarly knowledge of philosophy and religion, once set out to visit a Zen master. The professor had spent years poring over ancient scriptures, analyzing texts, and publishing academic papers. He was regarded by his peers as an expert in Buddhist thought. Yet, for all his study, something in him remained restless, unsatisfied. Curious to encounter a living master of the Zen tradition, and perhaps to confirm the brilliance of his own ideas, he traveled to the master's modest dwelling. The elderly teacher welcomed him warmly, offering a bow and inviting him to sit upon a simple cushion. The professor entered with eager anticipation, convinced he was about to engage in a lofty exchange of wisdom. Before beginning their dialogue, the master suggested they share tea. The professor agreed politely, assuming it was a mere formality before the real conversation would begin. As the master moved with quiet, deliberate grace, boiling the water, preparing the leaves, arranging the cups, the professor could not contain himself. He began to speak. Pikai Chain. At first, he quoted passages from the sutras, showing his mastery of scriptural knowledge. Then he moved on to analyze the subtle differences between Zen schools, comparing them to Western philosophy, weaving together long chains of argument and interpretation. His words poured out rapidly, like a flood, filling the quiet space of the small room. The master, meanwhile, listened in silence, his face calm, his hands steady. At last, the water was ready. He placed a cup before the professor and began to pour the steaming tea. The professor, still talking, nodded absently, barely glancing at the cup as he continued his discourse. The master poured until the cup was full, yet his hand did not stop. Tea spilled over the rim, streaming across the table and dripping into the professor's lap. "Stop!" cried the professor, leaping up in alarm. "The cup is already full. No more will go in." The Zen master calmly set down the teapot and met the professor's eyes. "Like this cup," he said softly, "you are full of your own opinions, theories, and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" In that instant, the professor was struck silent. His torrent of words halted. He saw with painful clarity that all his knowledge about Zen had become a wall between him and the living essence of Zen. His cup was so overflowing with concepts, comparisons, and second-hand information that there was no space left for direct experience or genuine understanding. Humbled, the professor bowed deeply to the master. "I see now," he whispered, "that I know nothing of Zen. Please teach me as if I were a beginner." The master Sep's face softened into a smile. In the beginner Sep's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert Sep's mind, there are few. Let us begin with an empty cup. From that day forward, the professor's approach transformed. No longer driven to accumulate more theories to cram into his already burdened intellect, he began to practice emptying instead, setting aside preconceptions, loosening the grip of fixed opinions, creating space for direct encounter and unmediated insight. His studies became less about mastery and more about openness. The Buddha said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few." This teaching reveals the paradox of wisdom. Often it is not addition but subtraction, not knowing more, but releasing what we think we know. That opens the doorway to truth. Why do we so easily confuse information with wisdom? Zen points to several causes. First is our cultural conditioning. From childhood, many of us are trained to value intellectual knowledge above all other ways of knowing. We memorize facts, accumulate theories, and prize conceptual mastery, often at the expense of cultivating intuitive, embodied, or experiential understanding. Second is the ego's attachment to knowledge. Opinions and information become part of our identity. To know gives us a sense of worth, control, and social standing. Emptying the cup threatens this identity, because it requires the vulnerability of admitting we do not know, a posture the ego resists fiercely. Third is our discomfort with emptiness itself. In much of Western culture, emptiness is regarded as deficiency, a void to be filled as quickly as possible. In Zen, however, Shunyata, emptiness is not a lack, but a fullness of potential, like the empty sky that holds the moon, or the empty vessel ready to receive nourishment. The Japanese term mushin, or no mind, points to this fertile openness. Mushin is not thoughtlessness, but rather a mind unbound by clinging, a mind that holds thoughts lightly and lets them pass like clouds across a clear sky. In such openness, inspiration and insight arise naturally, like fresh tea filling an empty cup. Zen practice trains us in this art of emptying. Meditation teaches us to notice when we are caught in concepts and gently return to direct presence. The spirit of Shoshin, beginner's mind, invites us to encounter each moment as if for the first time, unburdened by stale familiarity. And Zen's emphasis on direct transmission beyond words reminds us that the most essential truths cannot be captured in concepts at all, but must be tasted directly. The Buddha said, "To know and not to act is not yet to know." True wisdom is not a possession of the intellect. It is lived, embodied, and expressed in how we move through the world with humility, openness, and presence. Let us now turn to a story about the transformative power of direct perception, one that illustrates how clarity often comes, not through adding, but through the simple act of seeing. This is the story of the sound of one hand. This teaching highlights the crucial difference between intellectual understanding and embodied wisdom. True knowing is never confined to the mind. It ripples outward and transforms how we live, how we act, and how we relate to the world. Until knowledge changes our way of being, it remains little more than information, like tea that never actually enters the cup, leaving us thirsty despite the appearance of abundance. In your own journey of learning, notice the moments when your cup may already be too full to receive anything new. Perhaps you enter a conversation convinced you already know what the other person will say, leaving no space for surprise or discovery. Or you open a book while silently filtering each line through your existing beliefs, allowing only what fits your worldview to pass through. Or you encounter a challenge and immediately assume you understand it because of similar experiences in the past. These are full cup moments, moments when certainty prevents openness and habit blocks fresh insight. When the cup is full, even the sweetest tea cannot be tasted. But when we empty the cup, even ordinary water can become life-giving. Tonight, as you rest in awareness, experiment with emptying your cup. Release what you think you know about relaxation, about yourself, about these very teachings. Let go of the categories and labels. In that spaciousness, direct experience is free to reveal itself, beyond the mind's concepts, beyond expectations. As the Buddha taught, empty your boat of water, and it will go lightly and swiftly. In the same way, when we empty the mind of fixed ideas and preconceptions, we move through life with greater ease, receptivity, and wisdom. We do not lose ourselves in this emptying. We rediscover our natural clarity. Let us now turn to a story about perspective, one that reveals the limits of judgment and the immediacy of heaven and hell. This is the gate of paradise. Long ago, there lived a samurai warrior renowned throughout the land for his unmatched skill, unwavering loyalty, and strict devotion to the samurai code of honor. He had served his lord faithfully for many years, fighting in countless battles, earning honor, respect, and a name that carried weight even among enemies. And yet, as seasons turned and wars quieted, the warrior found himself troubled. Deep questions stirred within him about life and death, the meaning of his martial path, and the ultimate destiny that awaited him beyond the battlefield. Hearing of a wise Zen master who dwelt in a remote mountain temple, the samurai resolved to make the journey. After days of arduous travel along narrow mountain paths, he finally reached the humble temple gate. The master who emerged to greet him was not what the samurai expected. An elderly monk, small in stature, dressed in simple robes, his demeanor calm and unassuming. There was nothing outwardly impressive about him, yet his presence radiated a quiet strength. The samurai bowed slightly, introduced himself with dignity, and proudly recounted his many accomplishments and titles. Then he came to the heart of his quest. "Master," he said, his voice steady but urgent, "I have come to inquire about heaven and hell. Can you tell me about these realms?" The Zen master looked up at the towering warrior, and to the samurai's shock, suddenly burst into laughter. But this was not gentle laughter. It was sharp, mocking, cutting through the samurai's composure. "You call yourself a samurai?" The master scoffed. "Look at you, puffed up, clinging to titles and reputation. You're nothing but a pretender in armor. What lord would entrust his life to such a foolish, posturing figure? You disgrace the very code you claim to honor. Stop wasting my time with your childish questions." The samurai's face flushed crimson, his pride pierced, his honor insulted, his rage rose like fire. In a blur of motion, his hand reached for his sword. With lightning speed, he unsheathed it, raising the blade high above his head, ready to strike the insolent monk down in one decisive blow. At that precise instant, the master's gaze remained calm, unshaken. Looking directly into the warrior's burning eyes, he said softly, "That is the gate of hell." The words pierced the samurai deeper than any blade. Time seemed to stop. In a flash of insight, he understood. The master had deliberately provoked him, not out of cruelty, but as a teaching. In an instant, his own pride, anger, and violence had created a hell realm within his mind. Hell was not a distant place to be feared after death. It was the state of being consumed by hatred and delusion in the present moment. The warrior's grip loosened. Slowly, trembling, he lowered the sword. His heart softened, and a wave of humility washed over him. He bowed deeply to the master, gratitude shining through his tears. "Thank you, master," he whispered. "I see now." The master's eyes twinkled. He returned the bow and said gently, "And now, that is the gate of paradise." As the samurai straightened from his deep bow, the master regarded him with eyes full of gentleness and quiet clarity. With a voice soft but firm, he said, "And that is the gate of paradise." The words settled into the samurai's heart, like ripples spreading across still water. In that instant, he saw what he had never before understood. Heaven and hell were not distant realms to be entered after death, nor were they punishments or rewards handed down by some external authority. They were states of mind, created moment by his own choices, reactions, and awareness. In every instant, he himself was standing at the threshold, able to step through the gate of hell by grasping at anger, pride, and delusion, or through the gate of paradise by choosing awareness, humility, and compassion. The Buddha once taught, "What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and our present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. Our life is the creation of our mind." These words illuminate the samurai's sudden awakening. The fires of hell and the light of paradise are not fixed locations. They are woven into the fabric of our moment-to-moment experience. Suffering and freedom are not imposed upon us from outside, but arise from within, depending on how we meet the circumstances of life. Why then do we so readily create our own hell realms? Zen Buddhism identifies several habitual patterns that lead us into these fiery states. First is reactivity, the almost automatic way we respond to perceived threats or discomfort with fixed patterns of emotion and behavior. The samurai's instant leap from pride to rage illustrates how swiftly we can fall into hell. One mocking laugh, one sharp insult, and suddenly the heart is aflame, the mind clouded, the body tense with violence. Hell was not waiting for him somewhere beyond death. It erupted immediately in his own chest. Second is identification with self-image, our attachment to how we see ourselves and how we expect others to see us. For the samurai, his identity as an honorable and respected warrior was like armor around his heart. Yet that armor also made him fragile. The master's taunt pierced directly through it. The moment his self-image was threatened, the illusion of dignity collapsed, and in its place arose the inferno of humiliation and rage. Third is the disconnect from awareness. When overcome by strong emotions, we often lose touch with our deeper observing consciousness. In the heat of anger, the samurai completely forgot his original quest, the very reason he had come to seek wisdom about life and death. His vision narrowed to one object alone, the insult and the urge to destroy the one who had delivered it. In this narrowing, he lost his freedom. The Japanese concept of fudushin, often translated as immovable mind, points to the opposite of this reactivity. It is the quality of inner equanimity that remains steady regardless of external provocations or circumstances. Fudushin does not mean a frozen or suppressed state of being. Rather, it is a fluid stability, a centered awareness that allows emotions to arise without being swept away by them. Like a mountain unmoved by passing cloud, the mind in fudushin can witness anger without becoming anger, can feel insult without being destroyed by it. The samurai glimpsed this immovable mind in the moment he lowered his sword. With humility, he stepped back from reactivity into conscious choice. That single gesture marked his passage from hell into paradise. Zen practice is a training in this art of awareness. Through meditation, we learn to watch our thoughts and emotions as they arise, recognizing them without immediately acting upon them. Through mindfulness in daily life, we observe our habitual triggers, the words, gestures, or situations that ignite our reactions. Through the teaching of non-self, we gradually loosen our grip on rigid identities, reducing the suffering that comes when those identities are challenged. The Buddha expressed this truth simply: you will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger. In other words, anger is not wrong because some external power condemns it. Anger is suffering in itself, the burning chest, the restless mind, the clenched jaw. These are the punishments. We do not need to wait for some later hell. The punishment arrives in the very moment of rage. And likewise, moments of paradise arise not as reward from without, but as the natural fruit of compassion, awareness, and presence. When the heart softens, when the mind opens, when pride gives way to humility, then paradise reveals itself, luminous and serene, within the very same circumstances that once felt like torment. In your own life, notice these gates of hell and paradise as they appear in ordinary moments. Perhaps you receive a harsh word and feel your body tighten with defensiveness. Perhaps your pride is touched and anger flares up. In such moments, pause and remember, this is the gate of hell. And when you take a breath, soften your grip and choose awareness instead of reaction. This is the gate of paradise. Heaven and hell are not far away. They are here, now, always at hand. With each breath, you stand before both gates. Which one you step through is decided not by fate, but by the quality of your awareness in this very moment. This simple story of Rion and the thief reveals a profound truth about the nature of wealth, happiness, and freedom. The thief searched desperately for material treasures, convinced that only by taking from another could he find what he lacked. Yet Rion had already discovered a treasure beyond measure, the ability to rest content within the simplicity of the present moment. His wealth was not in coins, robes, or objects, but in his capacity to see beauty, like the luminous moon that no thief could ever steal. The Buddha once taught, "Let us rise up and be thankful. If we did not learn much today, at least we learned a little. If we did not learn a little, at least we did not fall ill. If we fell ill, at least we did not die. So let us all be thankful." Gratitude does not wait for everything to be perfect. It arises from the simple recognition of what is here, right now. For Rayana, the moonlight spilling across the mountainside was enough to fill his heart with joy. His hut may have been bare, but his spirit was overflowing. Why then do we so often search for happiness in the wrong places? Zen Buddhism identifies several common patterns that lead us astray. First is our conditioning toward acquisition. From an early age, we are taught to believe that accumulating more possessions, more experiences, more recognition, more achievements will lead to lasting fulfillment. Consumer culture reinforces this endlessly, whispering in our ears, just one more purchase, one more upgrade, one more success, and then you will finally be happy. Yet this promise is never fulfilled, because once obtained, each object or achievement loses its shine. The cycle of craving begins again, leaving us chasing shadows. Second is our confusion between pleasure and happiness. Pleasure arises when we obtain what we desire, but its nature is fleeting. A delicious meal is soon digested. A new possession quickly becomes ordinary. The moment of triumph fades, replaced by a new goal to pursue. Rion's wisdom reveals a different path. True happiness does not come from acquiring what is absent, but from awakening to what is already present. Happiness is the capacity to see the moon, even when the hut is empty, to feel contentment not because conditions are perfect, but because awareness is open and grateful. Third is our attachment to control. We imagine that if we can shape our lives just right, by arranging circumstances, people, and possessions, we will secure lasting peace. Yet, life is ever changing. Control is always partial and temporary. Rion had no control over the thief who entered his hut, yet his peace remained untouched, because it did not depend on circumstances. By releasing the need to hold tightly, he discovered freedom in letting things be. In Zen, this attitude of release is not passive resignation, but profound liberation. It echoes the teaching of non-attachment, not the rejection of possessions, but the freedom to hold them lightly, without letting them define our happiness. Rion's robe could be taken, but the moonlight, his gratitude, and his contentment could not. The Japanese word wabi-sabi captures something of this spirit. It refers to a way of seeing beauty in simplicity, imperfection and transience. To live with wabi-sabi is to recognize that life's richness is not in what is flawless or grand, but in the ordinary, weathered and fleeting. Rion's moonlit night is wabi-sabi in action. A naked monk in a poor hut, gazing at the vast sky with a heart overflowing in wonder. In practical terms, this teaching invites us to pause and notice the small, overlooked treasures in our own lives. The warmth of sunlight through a window, the sound of wind moving through trees, the presence of a friend or loved one. These cannot be bought, stolen, or lost in the same way material possessions can. They are gifts always waiting for our attention. The Buddha taught, health is the greatest gift, contentment the greatest wealth, trust the best of relationships, and nirvana the highest joy. Notice that none of these require external acquisitions. They are found in the quality of our being, not in the things we own. Tonight, as you reflect before rest, notice where you may still be searching for happiness outside yourself. Do you believe the next purchase, the next success, the next recognition will finally bring peace? Or can you, like Royan, open your eyes to the moon already shining in your life, the quiet blessings that no thief, no loss, no circumstance can take away? When we release the grasping after more, we find ourselves standing in a vast field of enough, and in that field, joy blossoms effortlessly, like moonlight spilling across an empty hut. The elderly master listened with kind attention, nodding slowly as the young seeker poured out his confusion. The seeker described how he had studied many scriptures, tried different forms of meditation, and spoken with various teachers. Yet instead of clarity, he only felt more divided. One teacher insists that chanting is the true path. Another tells me that silent meditation is essential. Some emphasize discipline and renunciation. Others speak of freedom and spontaneity. Each path claims to lead to awakening, yet they seem to point in opposite directions. How do I know which one is true? How do I choose the right boat to cross this river of life? The master remained silent for a long moment, gazing at the wide river flowing before them. Finally, he pointed to the river itself and said, "Do you see all these boats tied along the shore?" The seeker looked and nodded. Each boat is built differently. Some are small and swift, some large and sturdy, some made of wood, others of bamboo. Yet despite their differences, they all serve one purpose: to carry travelers to the other shore. The details of construction matter far less than the simple fact that the boat floats and that you have the courage to step into it. The seeker frowned. But how do I know which boat is best for me? The master smiled gently. That depends not on the boat itself, but on how you use it. A boat that sits unused, no matter how fine, will never carry you across. But even a humble raft, if you step into it with trust and persistence, will take you to the far shore. What matters is not endless comparison, but commitment. Choose one, enter it fully, and let it carry you. The river cannot be crossed by standing on the bank, debating boats. The words struck the young seeker deeply. He realized that his endless search for the perfect path had become its own obstacle. By trying to reconcile and compare every teaching, he had avoided committing to any. His indecision had left him stranded on the shore. The master continued, "Teachings may appear contradictory because they meet people at different stages and needs. One person may need discipline to steady a restless mind. Another may need freedom to soften a rigid heart. The Dharma adapts like water, taking the shape of each vessel, but the river itself, the truth of impermanence, of interdependence, of the present moment, remains the same. What differs is only the boat that carries you to see it." The Buddha once taught, "Just as a man who has crossed a river with the help of a raft does not carry it on his back when he reaches the other shore, so too should teachings be let go once their purpose is served." The master reminded the seeker of this. Even the boat you choose is not the goal. It is only a means. Once you have crossed, you will not need to cling to it. The purpose of practice is not to defend a method, but to realize the freedom beyond all methods. Hearing this, the young seeker bowed deeply. He saw that his confusion came not from the teachings themselves, but from his mind's endless grasping for certainty. The master's words opened a new possibility: to stop analyzing, to choose with trust, and to walk one path wholeheartedly. Zen practice often emphasizes this spirit of wholeheartedness, ichigyo sanmai, or samadhi, in one practice. Rather than scattering energy across many techniques, it invites us to pour ourselves into the one practice before us, whether that is sitting meditation, mindful breathing, or even sweeping the monastery floor. Each practice, if entered completely, contains the whole of awakening. In our own lives, the story of the boats speaks to the paralysis of overthinking. Modern culture bombards us with countless paths to self-improvement, countless methods of meditation, countless philosophies of living. It is easy to get caught in endless comparison, hoping to find the perfect method before we begin. But the wisdom of the Master reminds us, the best path is the one we walk. The only boat that matters is the one we step into. The Buddha taught, there are many paths to the mountain, but the view from the top is the same. What matters is not the number of maps we study, but the courage to take one step after another. Tonight, as you reflect in stillness, notice where you may be standing at the shore of your own river, waiting, analyzing, debating, but not stepping in. Can you trust the boat before you, however imperfect it may seem? Can you release the need to find the best way and instead give yourself fully to the way available here and now? In choosing one boat wholeheartedly, you discover that the river itself has been waiting all along to carry you. Master, the young man began, his voice carrying both respect and desperation. I have studied yoga, practiced various forms of meditation, read the sutras, explored rituals and ceremonies, and even delved into esoteric practices. Each tradition claims to be the true path to enlightenment, yet they point in different directions. One urges discipline, another praises devotion, still another insists on wisdom or service. How can I possibly know which is the right path for me? How can I be sure I'm not wasting my time, or worse, following a false teaching? The master listened without interruption, his eyes calm like the surface of a deep pool. After a moment, he smiled gently and beckoned the young man to follow. They walked in silence until they reached the riverbank, where the wide current glistened in the light of the setting sun. Several boats were moored there. sturdy fishing vessels with nets, heavy cargo transports built for endurance, small wooden rowboats designed for simplicity, and elegant crafts with tall sails meant to catch the wind. "Tell me," the master said, gesturing toward the boats, "which of these is the right boat?" The seeker blinked in confusion. "The right boat for what, master?" "Exactly." The master replied with a nod. "Without knowing your destination, how can you choose the proper vessel? Some boats are designed for fishing, others for carrying goods across long distances, some for speed, others for navigating shallow waters. Each has its purpose, each serves according to conditions. So it is with spiritual practices. The question is not which path is universally right, but which serves your particular journey. Where are you trying to go? What obstacles lie before you? What is the temperament of your mind and heart? The answers to these questions, not the arguments of others, will guide your choice of vessel." The seeker furrowed his brow. "But master, surely some spiritual paths must be superior to others. Some must lead to a greater truth, must they not?" The master stooped, picked up a small stone, and tossed it into the flowing river. Ripples spread outward in widening circles. "Tell me," he asked, "is a fishing boat superior to a passenger ferry? Is a sailboat better than a rowboat? Each fulfills its function. Superiority is not an absolute but a matter of circumstance. A rowboat will fail in a storm at sea, but in a narrow stream it may be the only vessel that can pass. Likewise, a ferry may seem impressive, yet it is useless in shallow waters where a humble raft glides easily. In truth, comparison distracts from the essence. All these boats, despite their differences, share one essential purpose: to cross the water without sinking." He paused, letting the sound of the rushing current fill the silence. Similarly, all genuine spiritual paths, despite their outer differences in method, ritual, or emphasis, share a common aim: to free us from suffering and delusion, to awaken us to our true nature. The forms diverge, but the heart converges. The seeker lowered his gaze, pondering the words. "Then how do I choose?" he asked quietly. "By knowing yourself," the master replied. "Pay attention to which teachings resonate deeply with you. Notice which practices bear fruit in your life. Do they make you calmer, kinder, more awake to the moment? Do they open your heart or entangle it further? Choose the path that feels like coming home, the one that nurtures sincerity in your practice rather than endless striving. Trust your direct experience over abstract arguments, for truth is tasted, not debated. And never forget," here the master's eyes softened, "the boat is not the destination. It is a vehicle, nothing more. When you reach the other shore, you do not strap the boat to your back and carry it. You leave it behind, grateful for its service, but free of attachment. The teachings are to be lived, not clung to." The seeker fell silent, absorbing the lesson. The tension that had bound his shoulders began to soften. Finally, he bowed deeply, gratitude shining through his uncertainty. He saw that his quest was not for the universally right path, but for the path that would serve his unique crossing of the waters of life. The Buddha once said, "I teach one thing and one thing only: suffering, and the end of suffering." This teaching reveals the pragmatic heart of true practice, not metaphysical speculation, not the victory of one doctrine over another, but the simple, profound effectiveness of the path in liberating us from unnecessary anguish and awakening us to freedom and compassion. Like the boats in the master's story, different traditions may differ in their design, but their ultimate purpose converges on this one essential aim. Why, then, do we become so confused and conflicted about spiritual paths? This Zen Buddhism identifies several tendencies that feed this dilemma. First is our habit of dualistic thinking, the mind's compulsion to divide the vastness of reality into narrow categories of right and wrong, true and false, superior and inferior. This rigid framework blinds us to the possibility that many paths may be skillful, each suited to particular conditions and individuals. Second is our attachment to form over function. We become fixated on the outer garments of practice, the rituals, doctrines, symbols, or cultural expressions, while overlooking their inner purpose. We may argue fiercely about methods or beliefs, forgetting to ask the most important question: does this practice actually lessen my suffering? Does it make me wiser, more compassionate, more present? Third is our restless pursuit of certainty. We crave guarantees that the path we follow is the one true way, hoping to escape the vulnerability of doubt. Yet this craving itself becomes a hindrance, trapping us in endless searching, comparing, and hesitation. In truth, the path unfolds only through walking. Certainty grows not from argument, but from direct experience, from the gradual fruits of sincere practice. Hikuin was a renowned Zen master who lived in Japan during the Edo period, celebrated for his uncompromising style and his deep commitment to reviving Zen in an age when it had grown stagnant. Unlike many teachers who offered gentle encouragement, Hikuin was fierce, demanding, and relentless. His students both feared and loved him, for he challenged them not to become complacent in intellectual study or empty ritual, but to break through directly into living realization. Among the many kyuins, paradoxical questions, statements, or images used in Zen training, Hakuin employed, his most famous was deceptively simple. What is the sound of one hand? This question was not a puzzle to be solved with cleverness, but a device to short-circuit ordinary thinking and force the practitioner into an encounter with reality beyond words. One day, an earnest young monk came to study with Hakuin. The monk had already undergone years of preliminary training, practicing meditation, chanting, and discipline in monasteries. Yet, despite his dedication, his understanding remained primarily intellectual. He could recite sutras, debate doctrine, and explain Buddhist philosophy at length, but his heart longed for a more direct breakthrough. After testing the monk with some initial practices, Hakuin finally assigned him the famous Kayan. "You must discover the sound of one hand," Hakuin said, his voice sharp but steady. "Until you do, you will understand nothing of Zen." The monk bowed deeply and retreated to his cell. Day and night, he turned the phrase in his mind. The sound of one hand. His thoughts rushed in circles. Is it silence? Is it the rustling of the wind? Is it the essence of emptiness? His training told him that logical answers would not suffice, yet his mind could not help but chase after them. After several days of sleepless meditation, he returned to Hakuin's quarters for Sanzen, the private interview where students present their understanding. His eyes were weary, but he felt a surge of confidence. "Master," he said earnestly, "I believe I have the answer. The sound of one hand is the sound of water flowing in a stream." Hakuin's Sest's sharp eyes pierced him like arrows. He shook his head firmly. "No, keep working." The monk bowed again, chastened but determined. He returned to his cushion and meditated more intensely, listening to every sound around him: the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the tolling of the monastery bell. Perhaps, he thought, the sound of one hand was like the sound of wind moving through the pines, or the distant cry of a bird. When his body grew sore from sitting, he experimented by clapping one hand against his arm or thigh, straining to hear what sound might arise from a single hand's movement. Once again, he presented himself before Hakuin. "Master," he said, "I believe I understand now. The sound of one hand is the rustling of the wind." Hakuin Sep's expression did not soften. He shook his head once more. "No, keep working." Again and again the monk came, each time presenting a new idea: the sound of breath, the sound of silence, the sound of spirit beyond sound. Each time Hakuin dismissed him without hesitation. The monk grew frustrated, exhausted, even despairing. Yet Hakuin offered no relief. The repeated rejection was not cruelty but compassion, designed to drive the monk beyond the trap of conceptual thinking into the living heart of experience. The monk returned to his meditation chamber, determined yet weary. The koan echoed endlessly in his mind. What is the sound of one hand? At first, his thoughts kept leaping toward the obvious, the tangible, the sensory. A week later, he approached Hakuin once again, bowing deeply before offering his next attempt. "Master," he said with conviction, "I have it now. The sound of one hand is the sound of wind moving through pine needles." Hakuin Sep's eyes were steady, his reply firm but not unkind. "No, that is still the sound of something. Go deeper." The monk bowed again and retreated. Days passed into weeks, weeks into months. Each time he returned with a new response: the cry of a bird, the rustle of leaves, the ringing of the temple bell across the valley. Each time Hakuin shook his head. Each time the monk was sent back to sit again, to wear down his restless mind in the fire of inquiry. At first, the cycle left him frustrated. He felt as if he were failing repeatedly, stumbling in the same place with no progress. But slowly, imperceptibly, something began to shift. His striving softened. He stopped looking for clever answers to satisfy his teacher and began instead to let the question sink beneath thought into the marrow of his being. One morning, as dawn light spread across the mountain and the world was still hushed in silence, the monk sat in meditation with the koan. He was no longer trying to grasp it, no longer reaching for an answer. He simply let it echo within him. In that moment, something within gave way. Like ice breaking under spring thaw, the boundaries between the question and the one questioning dissolved. He rose and hurried to Hakuin's quarters, bowing deeply as he entered. Hakuin looked at him with sharp expectancy. "What is the sound of one hand?" The monk did not respond with words. Instead, he stood fully present, radiating a clarity and immediacy that required no explanation. His silence was not empty but alive, overflowing with direct understanding. Hakuin smiled, his fierce eyes softening. He nodded once. The breakthrough was complete. The monk had finally gone beyond seeking answers, beyond the grasp of conceptual thought, into the living experience of reality itself. The Buddha taught, "The finger pointing to the moon is not the moon." This teaching highlights the distinction between concepts that merely indicate truth and the direct realization that is truth itself. The monk's long struggle from offering intellectual guesses to demonstrating realization wordlessly mirrors this fundamental shift from knowledge about reality to reality itself. Why, then, do we so persistently mistake concepts for reality? Zen Buddhism identifies several patterns that entangle us. First is our educational conditioning. From childhood, we are taught that knowledge means thinking, analyzing, verbalizing. This schooling cultivates the mind's brilliance, but often at the cost of other ways of knowing. Intuition, direct perception, embodied awareness. We learn to trust explanations more than experience. Second is our discomfort with not knowing. The open, questioning mind feels uncertain, vulnerable, even threatening. When faced with a riddle like what is the sound of one hand, the compulsion to produce an answer arises instantly. Yet the power of the Kayan lies not in solving it, but in staying with the ungraspable mystery, allowing it to work upon us in silence. Third is our separation of knowing from being. We tend to treat understanding as something we can possess, like an object stored in memory. Zen points to a different kind of knowing, embodied realization where truth is not held as an idea, but lived directly. To know impermanence is not to recite it, but to feel it in the body when a loved one passes, to breathe it with every changing moment of life. The Japanese term mu, literally nothing or no thing, is often used in Zen to break through conceptual grasping. When Master Josh was asked whether a dog has Buddha nature, he simply replied, mu, not as a denial, but as a way of cutting through the framework of the question itself. Such responses are not answers but doorways, pointing the student beyond dualistic categories into direct encounter. In this same way, koans like the sound of one hand are not riddles to be solved, but devices to exhaust the grasping mind until it collapses into openness. When logical thought reaches its limit, a different mode of knowing can emerge, a direct seeing, beyond the reach of words. The Buddha said, "As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not shaken by praise or blame." This unshakable steadiness does not come from conceptual understanding, which can be overturned by counter-arguments or doubt. It arises from realization so direct and embodied that it becomes the very fabric of one's being. In your own life, notice the difference between knowing something as an idea and embodying it as truth. You may know conceptually that life is impermanent, yet that remains abstract until you stand at a graveside and feel the truth in your bones. You may understand mindfulness intellectually, yet that is different from actually resting in the vivid immediacy of present awareness. Tonight, as you rest in awareness, see if you can move beyond ideas about relaxation or sleep into the direct experience of it. Let go of expectations about how it should feel, and simply be with what is. As the Buddha taught, don't set, just do something. Sit there. This instruction, which reverses our usual impulse toward activity, invites us into direct experience beyond the busy turbulence of the conceptual mind. Rather than rushing to do, it asks us simply to be. It is this invitation that leads us into our final story, one that points toward the way beyond seeking itself. This is the story of the sacred mountain. Long ago in ancient China, a young scholar named Li devoted his life to spiritual study. He had spent years poring over sutras and scriptures, memorizing sacred verses and debating with learned masters. His intellect was sharp and his knowledge vast, yet he felt a gnawing emptiness. Despite his scholarly accomplishments, something essential eluded him, a living experience of the truths the words described. One evening, Li overheard a traveler speak of a great Zen master who lived alone as a hermit on a distant sacred mountain. The master, it was said, did not dwell in libraries or lecture halls, but in silence, simplicity, and presence. Li felt a stirring in his heart, a longing that no text could quiet. He resolved to seek this master, convinced that perhaps there, on that remote mountain, he would finally discover the essence he sought. The journey was long and arduous. For many days he walked through tangled forests, across rivers and up steep mountain paths. The trails were rocky and uneven. Roots snagged his sandals, and sharp winds pressed against his body. Often he had to stop to catch his breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Yet, along the way, his senses were touched by unexpected beauty. Towering pines whispering in the breeze, wild flowers bursting with color, streams so clear they mirrored the sky. At times the trees parted and revealed sweeping views of valleys below, a vast landscape stretching into mist. At last, weary but determined, Li arrived at a small hut perched high on the slope. Smoke curled gently from its chimney, and an elderly master stood waiting at the doorway, his presence calm and steady, like the mountain itself. The master welcomed Li warmly, offering him a place to rest and a simple meal. After the silence of eating together, Li shared his purpose. "Master," he began, bowing respectfully, "I have studied many spiritual texts. I have memorized doctrines, recited verses, and engaged in debates. I know the philosophies of many traditions, yet I feel I am missing their heart. I have come to ask you, what is the ultimate truth? What is the final goal of all this seeking? What is enlightenment?" The master listened quietly, his eyes soft but penetrating. After a pause, he said gently, "Before I answer, would you care for some tea?" Li nodded. The master rose, heating water slowly over the fire. As they waited, he asked Li, "Tell me, what did you notice as you climbed the mountain to reach this hut?" Li thought for a moment. The path was steep and difficult. Many rocks and roots blocked the way, and often I had to stop to rest. "And did you notice anything else?" the master asked. "Yes," Li replied, his voice warming as he remembered. There were beautiful pine trees and wild flowers blooming by the path. I crossed a stream with the clearest water I have ever seen, and sometimes, when the trees opened, I saw breathtaking views of the valleys stretching far below. The master nodded. Pouring the steaming tea into 2 cups, he handed one to Li and sat beside him at the doorway. From where they sat, the vast landscape unfolded, mountains rising in the distance, clouds drifting lazily across the sky, birds soaring in silence. They drank their tea together, letting the stillness speak. After some time, the master said softly, "The truth you seek was not hidden from you. It was present in every step of your journey. The effort of climbing, the fatigue you felt, the beauty of the flowers, the challenges of the rocks. It is here now in this simple cup of tea, in these mountains before us, in the awareness in which all of these arise." He set down his cup. There is nothing to attain beyond what is already present. Enlightenment is not some distant goal or special state separate from ordinary life. It is the recognition of the extraordinary within the ordinary, the sacred nature shining in every moment. The master gestured to the scene before them, the mountain peaks, the clouds, the open sky. This mountain you call sacred is no more sacred than the ground where your home stands. These pines are no different in essence from the trees in your village. This moment is no different from any other moment of your life. The sacred is not in the place, but in the seeing. Li frowned slightly, confused. Then why did I need to make this long, difficult journey? Why do we study, practice, and seek at all? The master smiled knowingly. The journey was necessary, but not because the truth was hidden on this mountain. It was necessary because you believed it was. Sometimes we must travel far, exhaust our seeking, and wear ourselves out before we finally recognize what has never been absent. The path leads us not to something new, but back to what has always been here. The words settled in Li's heart, like a stone sinking into still water. For the first time, he did not feel the urge to ask another question. The silence of the mountain, the warmth of the tea, and the presence of the master seemed to contain everything he had ever sought. The spiritual path is not about finding what is missing, but about seeing what has always been here. As they sat together in the quiet glow of the mountain evening, Li began to sense this directly. The truth he had sought through libraries, debates, and distant travels was not hidden in esoteric doctrines or extraordinary states. It revealed itself in the simple, unfiltered encounter with life itself, in the steep climb, the clear stream, the taste of tea, and the silence that embraced them now. The Buddha once said, "If we could see the miracle of a single flower clearly, our whole life would change." This points to the radical shift in perception that occurs when we stop overlooking the ordinary and begin to recognize the profound within it. To truly see a flower, a breath, a moment of stillness, is to see into the very nature of life. Li's journey up the sacred mountain mirrors our own common assumption that truth must lie elsewhere, waiting in some far-off place, hidden behind great effort or rare conditions. Yet Zen asks, why do we cling so stubbornly to this belief? Zen teaching identifies several patterns that sustain this illusion. First is idealization. We build mental images of enlightenment, peace, or fulfillment, perfect and flawless, and then compare our ordinary life against these imagined ideals. In doing so, we guarantee disappointment, for no lived moment can match an abstraction. Second is spiritual bypassing. Instead of facing the challenges and rawness of daily existence, we use spiritual concepts as escape routes. By projecting truth onto a distant sacred mountain, we excuse ourselves from discovering it here, in the midst of work, relationships, and struggle. Third is postponement. Conditioned by culture, we assume life will be complete only after some future achievement, once we have attained, acquired, or perfected something. In this way, we endlessly defer our own freedom, never noticing the completeness already present. The Japanese practice of shikantaza, just sitting, embodies the master's lesson. In this meditation, there is no striving for visions, no attempt to suppress or cultivate states. One simply sits, meeting reality as it is. This radical acceptance affirms that awakening is not hidden in special experiences, but available in this very breath, this very moment. Zen Master Dogen wrote, "If you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it?" His challenge cuts through centuries of seeking. Truth is not waiting on another mountaintop. in another lifetime, or in someone else's words. It is woven into the fabric of now. Like Li, we exhaust ourselves in pursuit, only to discover that nothing was ever missing. The Buddha said, "It is in the nature of things that joy arises in a person free from remorse. When we release the struggle of rejecting the present in favor of an imagined future, joy emerges naturally. What ends is not life's richness, but the restless searching that obscures it. And so we turn inward. In your own life, can you notice when you fall into the belief that peace, clarity, or wholeness lies elsewhere? Perhaps you think relief will come once a particular problem is resolved, or that connection will be more real with different people, or that life will finally be whole when the right conditions align. Each of these thoughts quietly refuses the gift of the present, missing the sacred mountain that is already beneath your feet. Tonight, as our journey through these stories draws to a close, can you recognize that the peace you sought through listening is not separate from the awareness in which you are listening? The wisdom you hoped to discover is not distant. It is already alive in your direct experience of this very moment. The Buddha taught, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." The ultimate truth is not concealed in hidden texts or remote mountains, but in the miracle of ordinary awareness, the silent witness that has been present through each step of this journey together. Let us pause here, in this stillness, and reflect on the ground we have covered. We have traveled through stories old and timeless, yet each pointed back to the same living truth. The empty boat reminded us that much of our suffering comes not from life itself, but from the meanings and assumptions we project onto it. The sound of one hand revealed that truth cannot be grasped through concepts alone, but must be realized directly, beyond words and ideas. The sacred mountain showed us that what we seek is not elsewhere or later, but present here and now, in the very ordinariness of life. Together, these teachings form a single thread. Peace, clarity, and awakening are not waiting to be found. They are already woven into this very moment. So, as we close, I invite you to rest in this awareness. The same awareness that listened to these words, that breathes this breath, that witnesses this moment. The journey is complete, not because it has ended, but because it has always been whole. The monk and the tiger showed us how to discover joy in the present moment, even when danger and difficulty surround us. The two arrows revealed that while pain is inevitable, suffering is optional, created when we add resistance and fear to what life brings. The mustard seed helped us understand the universal nature of loss, and how grief connects us to the shared impermanence of all beings. The farmer and the horse reminded us of the wisdom of suspending judgment, allowing life's unfolding to reveal its deeper patterns. From the Buddha and the angry man, we learned that we can choose whether to accept or refuse the negativity others try to give us. The monk with the teacup taught us that embracing impermanence opens the door to deeper gratitude. The Buddha and the robe revealed the essence of true generosity, not in the gift itself, but in the spirit of giving. The two monks and the river encouraged us not to carry burdens long after their purpose has passed. The cricket in the temple reminded us to value inner silence, for in stillness, subtle wisdom becomes audible. The king and the laughing man showed that contentment comes not from acquiring more, but from fully receiving the present moment. The Zen master and the thief demonstrated the transformative power of giving freely, without attachment. The master archer revealed that mastery is born from undivided attention and presence, The heavy stone reminded us to look beyond assumptions, where new possibilities and creative solutions arise. The empty cup called us to approach life with receptivity, setting aside the weight of fixed ideas. The farmer's wise response revealed the power of equanimity in the face of life's uncertainties. The Zen master's tea reminded us that true understanding comes only when we empty ourselves of rigid opinions. The samurai at the gate taught us that heaven and hell are not distant realms, but states created in our own minds. Ryoan and the moon revealed that the greatest treasures are freely given, waiting only for our eyes to open in wonder. The right boat reminded us that the true path is the one that serves our unique journey, not a universal prescription. The sound of one hand pointed us beyond intellectual answers toward the immediacy of direct realization. And the sacred mountain revealed that what we seek through all our striving has never been absent, but is present in every ordinary moment of life. The Buddha said, "Three things cannot remain long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth." These stories shine light on that hidden truth, not as abstract concepts, but as living invitations to meet life with greater presence, compassion, and wisdom. As you continue along your own path, may these ancient teachings accompany you, not as burdens to carry, but as lanterns to gently illuminate your steps. May you rest peacefully, wake refreshed, and carry the clarity of this journey into the dawn of a new day.